Silesia, Zagłębie, Metropolis, Maciej Biskupski. And Maciej Biskupski will make a first ceremonial move on the board number 1, yes? Please. Thank you.
Welcome everyone, welcome to the 7th round of the European Individual Chess Championship. Greetings from Katowice, Poland. I'm together with WIM, ANNA-MAJA KAZARIAN, but I can say that she is freshly WGM.
Yes, thank you, ALOJZIJE. I am super excited to be back for round 7. The last round, round 6, was quite a round with lots of surprises, lots of mistakes, blunders happened, and we had a very long game of Kovalenko that lasted forever. And then after all, after 155 moves, the game ended in a draw. And here we see round 7 has started. The playing hall is full of the players, and earlier on the screen we saw the first move made on board 1, where we have Stefansson playing.
Surprising leader, we can say. However, he is strong enough to keep this lead, so it will be curious to see what will happen. We see Gunnar Björnsson, who is the man behind Icelandic Chess Federation. They have new president, Joanna, but nevertheless, Gunnar is well-known personality in Nordic circles, and of course happy that his player is leading to Spanish player Jaime Santos Latasa, just walking, and David Anton Hijaro thinking, ANNA-MAJA, how about this tradition which was not implemented before at the European Championship but is around, and some others like Vaikanzi, this gong start of the round?
Yes, I have been present and working at the TSATSALASHVILI chess tournament for a few years, and there every single round we start with the gong, and I myself did it once.
Oh.
I started the round, but when I was hitting the gong, last second I slipped for some reason, and then I wasn't able to hit it, and then I still tried to, and it was very clumsy and it was very soft because I was very scared to hit it too loud. And then nobody was sure if the round actually started, so that was not a great showing of mine. But yeah, it's a very nice tradition to see this opening of the round. Usually it's with the gong. I'm trying to recall if there is a different way that games would have started, but it's usually by hitting the gong, I think.
It was funny when I was playing at that time first freestyle tournament in Mainz, Germany. You know what was the way? Okay, it was rapid, so a lot of rounds starting after each one. So it was funny. They would put ABBA music, something, and you will know when the song finishes. This is the start of the round.
Yeah, now you're reminding me of this, because we also have this tune at the TSATSALASHVILI chess tournament, and then you know, okay, they're gonna start announcing some news, some updates, and then slowly start the round. And I also remember at the Dutch Youth Championship, they would have this song of Queen, of Freddie Mercury, one of his amazing songs. They would play that before the round, and then you know, okay, the music's over, the game starts now.
That's cool, and I recall this funny, nice detail. By the way, I saw paparazzo KETI, TSATSALASHVILI. She was taking some photos, stories, so I believe that today we will have a lot of nice materials. So she's on a mission. I saw her walking around the playing hall, already posted score sheets, how they look like, some candies, which was provided by organizers who are really taking care of every detail here at the European Individual Chess Championship. Not a single critic, single bad comment yet, at least I am not aware of it, which means that they're doing a great job. Also, I would love to praise arbiters team. They needed to stay at the playing hall till late first days, a lot of players cards, and now they are also, you know, providing all those necessary things for players. Yesterday there was a tough loss by Vasily Ivanchuk, who wanted to stay for longer period at the playing hall, and he did in the end, even checking his compatriot Igor Kovalenko, the game we were following, which finished last. But the arbiters were sort of trying to, especially Tomek Delega. Tomas Delega is chief arbiter here, and other ones who were sort of trying to show some empathy towards legendary player, one of the most entertaining in history, Vasily Ivanchuk. So, players are seated, players are playing their game. We have a draw.
Wow.
It's Ishik versus Biere. So so we came at the right moment. So it's a draw. Players with the black pieces who are higher rated, would be sort of not happy, but they don't mind to have that draw in the pocket, while players who are having a tough tournament, just to remind you, Ishik playing versus Suleymanli, Pressing versus Hovhannisyan, two tough games with the black pieces. It's a huge thing, so I'm not surprised that he is taking this strategy. But this is not like some kind of round-robin tournament or KO tournament semi-final where nothing to follow after one draw. We have enough games in progress, so I don't want to condemn players. They are choosing their own strategy. How about those two players, ANNA-MAJA, and their result in the European Championships? For example, last year, if I'm not mistaken, Ishik-chan was close to qualify.
He had 6
no.
points.
So my bad. So I maybe. And Jonas?
Biere was on 16.5.
Yeah. So they have this bad experience. I think Emre Can has qualified. So from Turkish players, some of them were. Emre Can qualified.
He was 29th, maybe.
Almost qualified. Maybe he was closer to that. So it's not a simple tournament to qualify. Maybe you can just mention like top 20 places from that tournament.
Yeah, so it seems to be the case that you need at least 7.5 points to qualify, and then you're still not sure. And then we have another result.
Iturizaga versus Martirosyan.
Wow, they shook the hands later.
Yes. Okay, so let's read how are they doing at the last European Championship, so you would understand what's the concept.
Martirosyan finished 21st, which
qualified him.
Maybe, yeah.
I think the Šarić was the first one below the line.
Right. And Eduardo finished 40th, so he was just outside of the 7.5.
And last
mark.
round, how did he play?
He drew, actually. And he should have won.
Yes, if he had won that game, that would guarantee probably qualifier spot. So
yes.
They have this experience of, like not qualifying, which for sure affects. So we have top 20 players. You mentioned some of the names.
Yeah, we have Bluebaum, Fredrik Svane. Of course, we see Bluebaum, who is playing in the candidates now.
And Fredrik Svane probably his second there.
Yes, Maxim Rothstein, who is also playing in this tournament this year. Daniel Jufau finished 4th place. Benjamin Gledura. Is Gledura playing?
No, Gledura is not playing. Tar is not playing. Gabriel Sargsyan is playing.
Yes, Abbasov is playing.
Yezkan is playing versus Topalov. Yesterday he won his second round of the match, so he's there in Monaco.
We see Edis Gorel is playing here. Gergely Kantor is playing, but he lost yesterday.
Yes,
against
against
Theodora.
Ignác.
Yes. Samadov is playing. Baru Jovava is not playing this tournament. Then we have Jordan Fanfores, who's not playing either. Stamatis Kourkoulos.
He's playing here, but he's doing bad.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah, he's playing really bad. We will mention how strong he is, but how he's not performing well in this event. David Navarra the same. A tough loss yesterday.
Robert Hofeanisyan
playing. Shant is playing.
Shant Sargsyan is playing. Maxime Lagarde, Paul Velton. We saw Paul Velton actually yesterday, the final game against Kovalenko. So yeah, he does have a good experience in this tournament if he managed to qualify. And then Haik Martirosyan and Ivan Salric, as you mentioned, that's the final.
So those players, and there are a lot of players who stay out of that.
Darda was out. Aidan Suleimanli, Wojtaszek.
Lodici, Yilmaz, players who are here. Donenko, he's doing well, but he was out. Sokolovsky playing in this tournament. Muradli out of top. So many players who have these mixed feelings, so their strategy is a bit understandable. So it's a moment that we check the games. It seems that Stefansson is playing versus David Anton, that Queen D3 line against Semislav, which was favorite of, I don't know, David Navarra played it, Shakma Medjarov played it, and a lot of players. DC, Queen C, B5, Queen D3 up. This is very known line, and it's a bit sharp at the same time. So I wanted to try it myself, so I'm using it from time to time. It's a quite viable, since it's not about like regular strategy. If you pick up some other line here, it's very concrete, so you don't need to know like classical stuff, and your opponent who is stronger and have more experience on top level, he cannot take you to like classical structure, like hanging pawns, isolated. So here it's about moves, and then this difference in quality is not so big.
Okay.
So this is the concept there.
Yeah, so with A4, this is not allowing black to play C5 this easily, which is the main idea with the setup. It reminds me, it's basically from this Semislav, but here white already has taken over the center. And yeah, it feels optically much nicer from white's perspective because so much space, you have full control over the center, but this is indeed the strategy. You take it easy with black, and soon you will prepare to strike with C5. I wonder if it is already time to play B4 or if he's going to wait with this move. But it's interesting to see David Anton entering such a position because I've seen him play so far in this tournament, his positions with a lot of solid play. But we've also seen some very crazy situations arise in his games. But I see him as a very solid and patient player. So let's see how this opening will work out for him. He has pushed the pawn to b4. So now the knight has to move. And then afterwards, he will be ready to play c5. So
usually knight goes
a2?
Yeah.
To attack. Well, you're not really attacking the pawn on b4, but yeah, you don't have many good scores with the knight available. So after knight a2, you can already follow it up with c5.
Yes, this is probably how this game will develop.
Yeah. Ah, e5 has been played, counter-attacking.
Okay, this is also an option.
Okay. Interesting. Now the question is he going to capture the knight on c3 or move the knight?
Okay. Knight d5 should be better for white. I believe so, but
It allows knight e4.
yeah, I believe so. However, it might be the case. Usually knight can go to even to d7 and then c5. It's very, although bc3 should be like the main move, but it's very concrete.
Yeah, I wonder if these two plays would be okay with the draw, because obviously Stefansson is leading the tournament with 5.5 out of 6. And as we mentioned, it is important to reach 7.5 to qualify, or try to be in the top 20 to qualify for the World Cup. But yeah, they're still far away from that. But they're getting very close. And if they draw all the games, at least if Stefansson draws all his games, then he would make a very good chance to qualify. But of course, I'm sure he would still like to win his games. He's been playing amazing chess so far. And David Anton decided to play knight f to d7, allowing white to play knight e4, which is interesting. I would not be so keen on allowing the knight to jump to e4 that easily. But he seems to be fine with it.
As I said, knight d7. But how maybe can someone make good decisions? The thing is, you need to know structures. I was showing this in the broadcasts before. So after c6, let's say Meran defense, that here the point is that you should go with your bishop to d6. Why? Since after, for example, castles, e4, you need to have e5. Mm-hmm. Or let's say that I take on dc, bishop c, castles, and on e4 I have e5. If you don't know those details, and also you need to know from Catalan, after bishop e7, castles, let's say that now I take on c4, bishop c4, castles, e4, I don't have e5 anymore. So, I don't know, whatever move, I will get into this position, e5, knight d5, and white is always better. Okay, here the pawn is hanging, but never mind, this structure is better for white. Mm-hmm. That's why when you go back to this position, you know that after knight d5, white can even maybe take, and if you take with the pawn, you're ending up with this bad position. Also, queen d5 is possible, but then white might use this to attack the queen in some way, coming out with the bishop and so on. So also knight e4 is possible, and then you realize that c5 is not so simple to achieve, and you don't have pressure to e5. And that's how you come to this conclusion that I will go knight d7, and then when I play c5, I will having counterattack. This is necessary. I need to open my bishop, and that's how this knight f to d7 comes as a conclusion. So, and this was played, right, few times.
Well, actually, after knight f d7 is a new move.
Really?
B takes c3 has been played 5 times.
Yeah, bc3 is the logical reaction in all those Meran stuff. Takes on f6, queen f6, but it's also
takes
possible to take on b2. You take on bishop b2.
Yes.
Because on
and now g takes.
Yes, and now g takes, and this is typical compensation, which some players like it, some not, to play it with black pieces. So that's how this knight f d7 came. And c5, which looks like a normal way to go. However, it's very concrete. Can I go bishop g5 immediately? Which sounds like a normal way to go. Mm-hmm. Queen.
Queen has to move.
Somewhere. Queen b6. Mm-hmm. And I need to develop, I believe.
Yeah, such a tricky position.
Okay, I can even take on c5. Sometimes even bishop c5 is a move. But here knight c5 is better. Mm-hmm. And what to do?
Probably knight takes, bishop takes.
Yes. No, white to take. I can go to d6.
Ah, knight d6, yes.
And this is a mess. 2 bishops, but I don't know. f6 usually is the way how you deal with this position. However, 2 bishops are something.
I like black's pieces more, though.
In hands of good players, who knows what's the position. since in few moves he just go bishop e2 castle, bring the rooks, and then suddenly b4 is an issue, and those kind of things. While you need to play f6, let's make some normal moves. Now black is on the move. So what do you do? f6?
f6, yes.
Okay, bishop e3. Knight d7 or not?
I could play knight e4.
Okay, but then slowly you will get under a pleasant position. Maybe I can do something even better. Maybe a5 should be included. Also knight d4 is an option. Let's say that I play like bad. You take.
I take, yes.
I take. I play castles and this position.
Wow, it's still fine.
Still unclear. Bishop will go to c5, and after few moves, probably you will need to, play some bishop d5 and give the pawn back. Since white will start developing a serious pressure. But as I said, I need to go deep, and I need to, get into some details, which is not easy here. So bishop g5 is not necessary. It's not the only move. Bishop can be played, I don't know, even to f4. You take on d4. I take with the knight. Move the queen. Also, I can maybe just develop and castle. Knight d2 is sometimes an option. I like this. This is the way how actually, and this pawn is on the way, and it will be taken later, and you play queen g3. This is actually regrouping I would love to make. So my favorite would be if after like digging, after I delve a little bit deeper, I would go for bishop f4 to go knight d2 and queen g3.
Yeah, it's a very nice idea. And you have to make use of the space with white. So regrouping the pieces is a very good idea. Because a queen on d3 feels misplaced. It's not doing much there. So moving the queen towards g3 to target the king side, it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, let's see what Stefansson decides to do. For now, he has been thinking, and he was making some strange faces as if he's either not sure about the position or he's surprised about what's going on, but okay. Very interesting position so far, but you have to be very patient here. So yeah, let's take a look at the second game, because it's also a very interesting fight between Daniel Darda and Aydin Süleymanli.
Okay, let's go there. So 4 knights, bishop b5 stuff, knight d4, quite topical, known from many games, many top players playing it. Okay, I think the strategy of Darda to get Süleymanli in some slow position, not to give him big chances for a mess. And that's precisely what he's doing. Let's go for some boring position where your tactical supremacy won't show up. Of course, Darda is also a great tactician. However, he understands that Süleymanli is mainly a tactician, while Darda is some kind of mix, a bit more tactician, but not fully. So I think this is the strategy. And it's funny, sometimes we have a feeling that in chess you don't have this football type strategy. To defend, to go back, to counterattack, to give space to your opponent, but it's similar. So what he's doing now, he's doing, okay, let's play some game where, there won't be so much space for like big dribblings, attacks, and so on. Let's play some slow game. Try to play for as I said, some game for free kicks and those kind of things, making a little bit false and cutting the game.
Yeah, and we saw Suleimanli's game yesterday where he sacrificed the exchange, and it wasn't entirely necessary, but it was a practical, great decision, which led him to win his game as he was setting up all these tricks, and his opponent blundered a tactic, which in hindsight is not so difficult to see, but during the game, anything can happen, and it was not easy to defend at that time. So, yeah. Putting the opponent under pressure can help so much to get a result, and that's exactly what Suleimanli did yesterday. So it makes a lot of sense that Darda is taking it easy today, and yeah, I really like his position. Solid, he has a lot of space. The bishops, I mean, in a close position, the bishops can't do much. And yeah, by playing d5, he basically shut down the bishop on f6 for the time being. So.
Cool. So, board number 3. Donenko versus Kosakovsky. Maybe it's a moment that we tell to viewers Donenko's route towards quarterfinal of the World Cup.
Yeah, he was doing really well. He got all the way until the quarterfinals. He beat Le Quang Liem, very strong player. And in the bracket, let's see.
Yeah, he was doing really well. So managing to get to quarterfinal, one step towards semifinals where we were in contest for the candidates. He lost versus Nodirbek Yakuboev. However, they were playing this rapid.
He also beat Anishkiri.
Yes, which is huge thing in process. Also,
Bluebaum. He knocked out Matthias.
So Bluebaum, Giri, and
Anton.
David Huijaro. Come on, that's really, really a great.
And then Le Quang Liem.
Yeah.
And then he got all the way to the quarterfinals, where he lost to Nodirbek Yakuboev from Uzbekistan.
And it's funny, as we were coming together to the hotel from the airport and like chatting a bit, and then he said, I don't have a manager, I don't have a PR officer, social networks officer, I don't have a second, I don't work with someone as a second. Okay. I said, no, we will change this. We will start to sell the story. Everyone who comes, you say that it's your having a role. If your friend comes at some event, you say that he's your PR officer or something. You need to make up, your story that you have big team, to sound like super professional. And it was funny, I asked him regarding, someone told me that he's not on the list for Grenke, since he will be a second in candidates, of course, which is logical towards Bluebaum, but sort of he mentioned that his style of chess is a little bit too risky for Matthias, so Matthias is taking a little bit safer option, and then seconds who can maybe play a little bit stable chess, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was funny, so he made it to this European Individual Championship. However, he didn't play Grenke. He was commentating together with Petr Leko.
Yeah.
And as he said, Petr Leko does 90% of the job, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's so nice to see players, especially grandmasters, take the commentator's seat because we see them play most of the time, and then suddenly they're in the commentator's seat, and we hear their insights. And just like you, we also hear your thoughts, and it's amazing because we don't get these insights often.
I played against, for example, him. I played against many players. So it's funny, sometimes I enter the playing hall, and from my perspective, I'm long ago away from the professional life. But then I played against Donenko. It was a draw. Okay, he was not top grandmaster at that time. I won against Lagarde. He was playing yesterday. I see him. Then I'm looking at some others who is older. Like I played against that guy, I played against this guy, I play against Korobov, I played. So it's funny, you know, for me that still I see some faces around. I'm commentating London Classics, then I was playing against Michael Adams. Yeah, so it's somehow, you know, it's somewhere back in my mind, but still I can from time to time realize that I was playing against those guys. I was playing against another player who is playing here. In 2017, Croatia was playing versus Portugal, and I was paired in the first round. In the end, we actually performed superbly, and we actually shared third place. Russia was at that time in European Chess Union, so they were playing as well. So super strong things, Azerbaijan and so on. So it's a Portuguese player, if I'm not mistaken. He is an IM.
Yes.
And today is his birthday. So Sosa, right?
Sosa, yes. I actually played him also. I played him over the summer in a tournament, and he's very strong.
I lost against him. I was black. I wanted to press since I was 25-60, and he was 24-50, and some Sicilian with b3 he plays. And I came up with something. I tried everything, sacrificed a piece, but in the end, I lost. But it was a team event, so we won against Portugal anyway. So he's having a birthday. Also, KETI's Commentators, she's not here, Melia Salome. Have you played against her?
Yes, I have actually, yes. Yeah.
That's funny.
I think I've won against her, or draw.
And one thing, let's go back to the game Kosakovsky versus Donenko. So this was let's bring the board. So knight f3, bishop b4, bishop d2, right? We call this Bogo-Indian, and it's connected with Efim Bogoljubov, who happened to had a birthday today.
Also,
yes,
wow.
So if you play Bogo's Indian, I don't know if Kosakovsky is aware of that. So, you know, sometimes you put some kind of respect by playing opening, which is connected with some special date. So today's birthday of Efim Bogoljubov. I was playing myself a lot of Bogo-Indians, and he was, as I said, very interesting player himself, very strong one. So Bogo-Indian. Also today would have been a birthday of Ivan Nemeth, who was a Croatian grandmaster from Rijeka, then living in Switzerland, and he was coach. Actually, he was the main person of Ognjen Cvitan becoming a world junior champion in Mexico. And at that time, I think Elvis was playing, I don't know who was playing with Cvitan, maybe even Nigel. So at that time, he became a world junior champion, which was huge for Ognjen Cvitan. Ognjen was involved with, then he got to Switzerland together with Nemeth a bit, but yeah, so Ivan was very interesting player, former Yugoslav champion. And it was funny, I will then start analyzing the games. So it was funny that at that time, you know, they have a Germans, and sort of Cvitan is playing, and Elvis was, I think, pressing against some Kubanian grandmaster, maybe maybe not so strong player. And I think the game lasted for 17 hours, because at that time, okay, adjournments were gone. In the last round, you cannot adjourn the game, and he was trying to win and moving back and forth and getting those extra time. And I think they went to cinema. Okay, let's go to cinema, and then we cannot wait anymore. If Elvis wins, then there will be a tiebreak. So he went to the cinema and something around Mexico, and then he came back together with Nemeth to the hotel, and they were still playing.
Wow.
And then somehow he got a phone call somewhere in the middle of the night. You are a world junior champion.
Wow. What a story.
Yeah. 17 hours. Elvis versus someone, I think I found even the game. So at that time was funny, and there was a famous journalist, Dimitrija Bjelica, who would work with Fischer, Karpov, commentating those games, style, and somehow they get a phone call. So immediately after he became a champion, you have an international call. Come on, in Mexico in 70, when was Cvitan the champion? It was 79 maybe. No, sorry, I'm bad. Maybe 83, in 83, something like that. And he picks up a phone call. This is Dimitrija Bjelica, congratulations. How on earth you could find me, that you understand which hotel that you call Mexico and congratulations. So, Bjelica
Especially back in that time.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
interesting story. Yeah, that generation was John Nunn. Who else was maybe Salov. So not an easy generation at all. So, Bogo-Indian, let's get back to the games. So, Bishop D2, Queen E7 line, which is popular, as I was telling you about. Also, we had it in Inji's game versus Stefansson, and now this Bishop D2. Everything according to that game, but here Bishop G2, no, B3 was played in Stefansson versus Injic. Here another route A3. The point is, if you go knight e4, I can go Queen C2, and there is no check. So this is a small little concept. D6, and now they're going to the King's Indian setup where black got rid of that dark square bishop. Slightly better for white, but black can move on playing. I like this position with the white pieces. For example, I will go like, let's say, knight c3, push e4, if you allow me, and then rook e1. And from my experience, always white is slightly better there. Karpov was playing some great games, and I studied a bit and realized that was the case.
Okay.
Then we have two draws, and we can switch to another game where white was running away from this potential attack. Malek is now in the long castle.
Interesting. It started as an Italian, and now there's long castle on the board. Does this happen often?
Not really. I think that white goes to short castle like we had it in Gumolar's game yesterday. This long castle, it's something where you sort of, you don't show your backbone, right? Here, knight d2, this anti-Greenfeld stuff. You make your life easy. You just play this b4, c4. It's not so simple to play against this line, but c5 is probably the best. I like this position for white, since with the black pieces it's so tough to get anything. It's so annoying. When you are a Greenfeld player, you like the dynamics, and here there is no dynamics.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for black to go for this line. But Maxime seems to be surprised, as he has been spending quite some time already. And I'm sure he will be spending more time because, as you mentioned, it's a tough position for black. And if you have to, be very careful. And obviously he's trying to win this game. So, that will take much more time. And I'm not sure, how that will fare for him.
How about Santos Latasa? He's playing something interesting for sure. And this is the case. We call this Dragodorf. There was a famous, I was buying this New in Chess, and then you had New in Chess magazine, and you had New in Chess yearbook. Yearbook started to come out once a year, then typical twice a year, and then 4 times a year. And there you had some articles, and for me it was like a big honor when once like article about my concept was published with my photo. So like some Rouser Sicilian with A6, H6, and then my photo and Jankovic footsteps, blah, blah, blah. And then after some time I also became the one who was contributor. And always you sort of excited, and then you will also check other lines, other games, even if you don't play them. But I recall it was like 25 years ago, there was an article of Simon Williams play Dragodorf or something like that, because Dragon, Najdorf combined. And it was revolutionary. And Simon Williams, if I'm not mistaken, he was like 25, at some point 25-50. He dropped a lot of rating in process, but Simon Williams was quite a good grandmaster at his best. I played against him in Kusadasi. He was playing this.
He's 25-50.
Yeah, he was playing this Dutch defense stuff. But regarding that Dragodorf, it took my attention. Drove my attention. I was thinking, yeah, maybe I should play it. So you start like Najdorf and then you switch, or Dragon, and then you switch to Najdorf. So the point is not to castle and to push b5 stuff. Then I found out later, of course, as everything in chess, that it's not surprising a weapon, that is not so dangerous for white if white knows what to do. So it's a kind of surprising weapon. And I'm suggesting this to people to play it if they're neither player or Dragon player. Why not to play Dragodorf? But as I said, that was a funny photo of Simon Williams and something like play Dragodorf. I love that word, yes. Dragodorf. Dragon Najdorf. So here we have those kind of things. Similar, but black was not ready to play Dragodorf, but this setup actually allowed him, saying that usually in Dragon you have this bishop on e3, queen d2. And I'm still waiting this confirmation that people are saying that Dragon Sicilian is not called because of Dragon. Everyone is thinking, I know this info for 25 years, but I don't see that people are actually confirming this. So that it's a wrong thinking that Dragon Sicilian is connected with the Dragon on g7, throwing fire. It's connected with stars on sky, that this actually is this Dragon formation. I
never heard this before.
Yeah. So you didn't date some chess player who will start telling that story. Take a look, ANNA-MAJA, of those stars. It's Dragon.
Wow.
So it's cool story, but actually when you say it, it has some sense that it can be like formation on the sky. So I'm just checking, and no one is actually writing this. Do we have some astronomical person here in chat? I know that John Nyan was one of the most more respected person in terms of chess and stars. Also, that Vishy Anand was interested. Then you go to this desert in Chile, Atacama, right, where you can the sky is the brightest and so on. But this is how I read somewhere that this is the right actually connection with the name.
Wow, that would be amazing.
Yeah. No, if someone starts telling you and they say, "Come on, give me a break, I know this." Don't tell me those stories.
No, I've never heard this before.
Yeah. So, if you want to impress ANNA-MAJA, you can come with that story.
Yes, now I can retell this.
So, king b1, and now rook b8. That's
wow.
That's wow. That's super subtle, hidden resource.
Some crazy preparation here.
Yeah, rook b8.
We see this in the Dragon often, but with the Dragodorf it's a bit different. Also, for the longest time the board was empty. Neither player was present at the board. But yeah, rook b8.
It's sort of hidden, although you have this famous game of Adams versus Kasparov, when Gary played his last tournament in Linares, 2005, where Gary would play bishop b7. Then the story says that if your opponent having bishop on b7, you should go a3, since b4 is not so easy to achieve. But Gary played this rook b8, bishop a8, and push b4 anyway. And there was this famous game where he sacrificed, where he won the game. And then it was funny, they were sort of analyzing the game, and Mickey was saying, "I don't get it. Why this guy retired? because what he was showing me later in analysis is incredible, and it's much bigger than of my, you know. I cannot comprehend that much, and I don't get it. Why this guy is retiring? And you have this famous footage, some video where Mickey is saying, and then Gary is calling Dohoyan, Yuri. Whatever Mickey proposes, Gary says Yuri, and then 10 moves and checkmate. So that was really funny to watch. So I watched all those footage, but these days it's not so simple to find them on internet. But I have a clear picture how this analysis looked like. So they were seated. Mickey was sort of, you know, sitting there like a student in the classroom. Gary super excited, and then just throwing all those, like, sacrificing and mating combinations, and whatever Mickey proposes, Gary said, Yuri, boom, 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 checkmate.
Wow.
Unfortunately, Yuri passed away recently, maybe last year or something like that. But maybe some of you can find that video. It's very cool. So Linares 2005, and in that last round, Gary lost versus Topalov, that drawish endgame, pawn's endgame. So rook b8, knight f5, bishop a6. As I said, the point here is not to castle. I like this. I was analyzing in Rouse's Sicilian. When b4 comes, you have sometimes ideas, so many like ideas. b4, even you can sack a pawn. You don't need to take on b4. If white goes knight e2, then you push a5 and that kind of stuff. It's very interesting, although one thing, don't play, for example, if you play something like this is always better for white, at least from my... Okay, here maybe there is a tactics, but if white is on time to play rook b8, then whole bunch of tactics doesn't work for black. So it's very solid. So especially usually it's better to take with the piece on c4 and then push b4 later.
Especially because the dark squared bishop is gone.
Even with the dark square bishop, white plays bishop c1 sometimes, and it's not simple to make a breakthrough. And engine gets excited, and I don't know, from human point of view, it's nice to open the file, but from my experience, bc4, no, maybe 2 out of 10 times works, not more. Let's see how Theodora is doing. Oh,
wow!
Shant is playing this knight b5, and Theodora is probably already under some pressure. a4. It's interesting how this kind of move has been played. What's the point? Why f4? Why b5 is the next move? Don't believe it. I don't get it.
It looks like such a simplified Sicilian.
Why not knight c3? So is black playing b5? No. So I don't get it why I should play.
Maybe he wants to play a5?
Ah, okay. So maybe e5 and then b5, or don't get it. What's this move stopping? Why a4 is? Can you check maybe the database? Why a4?
It is a new move. It's a novelty. It's not been played before.
Okay, play knight c3, please. So what's the follow-up?
So let's say
knight f6, and now a4.
Bishop g5 was played. Oh, there's one game.
So hard to understand. What's the concept? You need to dig.
I believe it's very similar to the game, because knight d5 was played in this one game too with with a4.
So I'm trying to understand what's the point, why he's actually playing this move. Is it connected with some e6 stuff or g6? Then that it's important not to have knight on c3 already. Because either you play here c4 or you play knight c3. I don't get it why a4. Are there any other useful moves like h3 or something like that that people were just waiting a bit? Okay, b3. What they play? Knight f6. Okay, but then I cannot play knight c3.
Then there's knight takes c6.
Yeah, knight. Don't go on c3 in this situation. So,
Yeah, it's mainly c4.
okay, once again, knight c3. Let's play knight c3. Okay, e6 they are playing. They're postponing.
Now they take on c6 or knight d5.
Aha, okay, now if you go knight d5,
Ah, and there is bishop d7? And do you maybe have, if you have a4, maybe you can play a5?
I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure. I think the point is to come that if now knight f6, knight c3, e6, he wants to play this position. Since now after knight d5, bishop d7 is not good.
Right, because you have a5? Is that the move or?
I think
not here.
Piece is hanging. I think that's something with bishop g5 or knight f6 now.
Ah, bishop g5 seems logical.
Yes, and now if you take, this is bad. Probably taking.
Oh yeah, and then bishop takes. And
Something.
yeah. Oh yeah, rook a3. Yes, nice rook lift. This bishop is not going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So he wants to have knight on f6. This is understandable. But how about e6? What's now the concept? Is something with
Knight c3?
Yeah, but as I said, then I don't understand why knight c3 immediately is not better option. What's going on after immediately knight c3?
There's one game with c4.
No, but knight c3, what's the issue? Why? Because if black has e6 or knight f6, I don't see the difference. I really don't see the difference. Knight f6, now he can go a4. e6, he can go a4. g6, I only move a4 stops b5. However, b5 is bad. Knight c3, b5 is bad. At least it seems to, yeah. So I really don't get it. I would love to ask this question to both players.
Perhaps he's trying to confuse the opponent. It could be a way to get the player out of prep, but yeah, it's a very subtle move order difference.
And actually, it's not simple to come up with those kind of things. This is this grandmaster skill, and you need to know a lot. You can deviate at some point. But the simplest way to, as many people are doing, basically copy pasting the theory. But here, when you're coming with something, it's sort of subtle. And also, Theodora, although with all due respects, 2490, it's not something where they will, use as their main super bomb weapon, So maybe just something practical to get her a little bit confused. So bishop d7 was not yet played, and Theodora is thinking what to do. Okay, options. Taking e is bad, obviously, since white recovers a piece with dividends. Knight d7 allows bishop g5, as we were telling you about. Bishop e7, a possible move, sort of safe option. If you don't know anything, bishop d5, another. And so that would be my analysis. I have bishop e7, I can take bishop d5, sort of safe move, but I'm worse. And is there any third option? Knight e4? Looks scary to enter, since I know this stuff. Now you have some knight e6, something. For example, is knight e6 already immediately working? Yes.
Wow.
I've seen this somewhere, those motifs. And you cannot take anyway. Untouchable. So what could be the fifth option? I was thinking some queen a5 or something, but knight d7 is too risky and
Is e5 a move to change the pawn structure?
e5,
Yeah.
don't believe. Yeah, I would not say so. It's possible also to be subtle and play something like h6 and asking you where will you go. It's not good move, but not bad as well. What else? What's the best move? So I'm really curious to find it.
Good question. Do you have g6 to play bishop g7 instead?
I was thinking about this, sorry. She played it?
Yes, bishop e7 is on the board.
Don't believe it's a g6. So there should be something subtle. Knight d7 is not a move. Sort of. Although I don't know if engine is changing the assessment when I make a move. So maybe we already picked up the best one. I don't see anything else. h5 doesn't feel right.
It can't be right.
Queen a5 I was thinking.
Yeah, but then I thought before.
Yes, doesn't work. I'm slowly, running out of the moves.
There's a lot of moves that just lose material, so that's why it's hard to find a move that doesn't lose on the spot.
But maybe, what did I say? So knight e4, not good. What did I say? Bishop d5, not great. Bishop e7.
Okay, knight takes d5 can't be good, right?
No. I was thinking even something crazy like knight g8, but it's probably ridiculous.
What's the problem with knight takes d5 actually? Knight takes-
ed5, this is all...
Bishop takes?
Ah,
Completely forgot about this move.
yes. This is the line. Yes, you're right, Anna. This is the line. And now it goes, I don't know, with some...
Normally you cannot take the pawn like this. That's why it's...
Okay,
a
you
bit
can take now
confusing.
knight e6, but bishop a6, so f takes a6 won't be... I don't know, some b3, c4 or rook a3 was now the follow-up. Probably rook a3.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's very risky that Shant went for this.
Okay, we have an interesting position. So now after bishop e7, taking on e7 is a good move for sure. But maybe white will try to find.
Oh, we have another draw.
Where?
Maxime Lagarde on board 7.
Oh,
Wow.
after dc4 he offered a draw and Meshkovs accepted it. So
Makes sense. He was like down on the clock so much.
So checking here this game. So bishop g5. As I said, I like bishop f4 more. Here we have some. Okay, good choice from Darda, I would say. Very good choice. Kosakovsky is playing this line. e3. Hang on. Okay. e5. Castles, bishop g4. You know which move Karpov would play? Maybe.
H3?
I'm checking yes, these kind of things, but okay, bishop g4. This e3 somehow doesn't fit here. Is knight c3 a move? And if you take, I take with the bishop. Is that a move? Maybe not. I don't want to play e3. Okay, I can go d5, which is also slightly better for white if you know the structures. However, black is maybe safe. Nice e3, b4.
Black has nice ideas.
Yeah,
as
but
well,
it's you're playing without dark square bishops, which is some achievement for black, but still is better for slightly better for white. Shant, here we might have a mess. This game is interesting, very interesting. Theodora we mentioned. Deak already burning a half an hour.
Ooh.
Gurel versus Maximovic, this is a game to follow. Since Bojan is a tricky player, playing this bishop a7. Okay, white is always a bit better here. And it seems that Edis knows what he's doing. Okay, interesting. I don't know which game to follow. How about Ivanchuk? This game I like isolating pawns, so we will take an eye on this. Okay, another line which is quite an interesting one. Gumularts, Pansula is doing well. He's playing always these kind of structures. So where is Finek? This is an interesting, but the long-term one. Dudin Ilinka. Is there any game which is already?
We have some games where it's a mess.
Let's
but
just
still
briefly check Sarachi
theory.
versus.
Okay, it seems to be normal Spanish. But with b4 from white. Usually black plays b4.
Yeah, Naderim is a very good player actually in Blitz, very strong player. Sometimes I'm confusing his name. I'm saying Nadim, so apologize for that. Naderim, yeah, Naderim is I would say big future of Kosovo's chess. For sure, he will become a grandmaster. I don't have any doubts. And in the Kosovo Chess Federation, you have Armen Budima, Beki Mermeni. They are doing a lot of good stuff for chess in Kosovo. And Naderim, yeah, I think his GM title would give them some new boost. And he's very good in Blitz. However, also in classical chess. So as I said, he's already close towards the GM title. I recall one of his games versus when he was playing on the first board at the European Club Cup, and if this was the last one in Rhodos in Greece. He was playing first board, and there he actually, was scoring well. Being on the first board and playing against all those top players, it's a huge thing. So yeah, Naderim is capable of holding top players. For example, he made a draw with the black pieces. He was already a little bit, maybe even better against Arjun Ergaisi. Come on, when you can hold Arjun Ergaisi in a classical game with the black pieces, not many people can do. And when Arjun is playing against a little bit weaker opponents, sort of, not a little bit, but in rating, like underrated opponents, he's having this special energy where he's even, going harder, and it looks like he's unstoppable. But Naderim make him look, I would say not so sharp as.
Wow, that's very impressive.
So I was impressed as well. So he has this stamina, this strength. One thing he's lacking, I'm joking with Armen Budina, that he's lacking maybe this self-confidence to think that you can win against those guys, that that you risk a little bit more. So when he will add this to his play, he will improve even better in terms of his rating and the results. So he's playing against Vasily Ivanchuk. Probably he's very worried. I would be the same. However, I would say that this is a chance as well.
True.
Vasily shaken from yesterday, so try to play some opening where you also, might have a chance to win. Not about just thinking how to survive.
Yeah, but with the current time situation, I would be very worried for Mderin. He only has 44 minutes on the clock now.
Although he's a blitz player, sometimes he enjoys when he drops down on the clock. Grishuk style.
It's another strategy.
Yeah. So, how about games? Which game is taking some sharp course already? I don't see anything super sharp yet. Some games are already, for example, you have Andersen Mats, who is already
Board
deep
22.
in the end game. This is known stuff. As I think I was saying this, that I blundered this. When was it? So it was similar like this. Let's say, how should I get into that position? So for example, bishop g2, bishop, stuff like this, and then sort of the point is that I'm trying to get into this position that I was counting that I will take. For example, let me try to get into this position that I will take on b2. I know, let's put it this way, but this is not the right way to go there. I need to exchange knights as well. So like the idea was that when I take on b7, I was counting rook b8, and then I take on b2, and what sometimes happens, you tend to blunder long castle, and it's a double attack in some position. So I need to get rid of knights, for example. I don't like. Okay, this is not the. Let's say I would just input some position, like a random position. So go back, and let's put this position. And I was calculating this. Okay, and I take on b2. Suddenly I realized that I'm dropping a piece.
Oh, long castle.
Yes. And luckily against some FM, I offer a draw after bishop d7, and he was happy. Like going to an equal game, and then I blundered this long castle. And always those kind of position, reminds me of that. Here is a different story. But this is known, and here white starts to push on queenside, conquers this c file. However, it's not enough for anything tangible. Although white is a bit better, takes and then start pushing. So I'm a bit surprised that Mats went for it. So speaking about other games, we can maybe try to find something a bit more sharp. I don't see it yet. We have this game of Levin versus Schubel, Slovenian Grandmaster. This might be a game to keep an eye on, since here it was this known line. However, it's quite risky. White sacks a pawn, blacks try to win it with his queen raid. However, it's a computer line. I would be worried if white manages to castle, then black king will be in a huge danger.
Yeah, very messy position, but so far they seem to be playing a known position. I believe it has been played before, so it's somewhat known territory.
I agree. I think it's a moment that we go for a break, since I would say the smoke has cleared. Now players will be on their own. Opening preparation is sort of over for most of the games, and now players will think a little bit more, and we will come back after the first break. So see you soon.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
Hi everybody, welcome to Katowice, Poland for Chess in Education conference. The most impressive and wonderful speakers and also very interesting panels.
We truly believe that we should combine in education the world of bits and the world of atoms. We are trying to show different types of chess sets, and we have this famous already big brain that is connected to AI.
We are very proud that we are able to have such an amazing cooperation between chess people, between authorities, between business and everyone who is supporting development of chess in Poland and in Europe.
The power of chess changing the lives, the power of chess giving the 21st century skills, and the conference has been organized at the super high level. Stay tuned, follow our social media and play chess, because chess makes you smarter.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of the European Individual Chess Championship, and I'm now joined by woman grandmaster KETI TSATSALASHVILI. Welcome, KETI.
Hello ANNA-MAJA, hello everyone. I'm so happy to be back in the studio, and you know what, I grabbed 2 cups of coffee for the energy, because my battery is a bit low after yesterday's conference. We're going to talk about that later, but I still want to do some chess and see what's happening, what's going on the chessboard, because we are already reaching to this half mark, so now the things will gonna shape, and I was just like, okay, I have to go and hang out with ANNA-MAJA again.
Yes, you did a fantastic job hosting the conference we had yesterday, Chess and Education. We had a lot of different guests joining us, and now you're back to the commentary studio, and it's so nice to have you back.
Thank you. Super excited to dive into the game. Some games have already finished early, and it was a funny situation because the transportation is organized after half an hour from the start,
so they have to wait.
So when they finish, I saw some of the guys, they were trying to understand what's happening, and they were not ready for these early draws, and they had to figure it out. We can see Ivanchuk walking in the playing venue. It's so nice to be here and to observe everyone's game. Today when I was there, I was like, why I don't play? It's so nice.
When you walk around in a playing hall, you start to miss it. You want to be part of the tournament by playing there and not just walk around as a spectator or a commentator.
Yeah, it's so nice. It's so nice too. And you have this feeling that there are hundreds of people around, but all of them are very friendly faces, you know them. We have also arbiters team, very, very nice arbiters team, always there ready to help, and few spectators actually on the right side. There are some people that probably parents are waiting for the kids. Then outside we have also some kind of zone where the visitors can just buy some chess books or chess sets, and get some. I always like to buy extra books when I was going for the chess tournament.
I also feel the need to buy another chess book because I also have seen. I believe it's Sunrise Chess, and they were also present at the Olympiad. That's where I met them, and very nice people, amazing service. But now that I see them here, I'm also getting very tempted to buy another chess book.
After the counter, we have to go because I also want to buy a book.
Oh no!
And I didn't know that when you order some books, I was thinking that I have to wait at least 2-3 days, and they were packing the same day, and I had in the morning at home.
Wow!
And I was like, how come? And it's a Polish company, so they just send book from their city to my city. And I ordered
such a big country too.
Yeah. So I love that company.
Wow!
And I also one of our sponsors of the event, and just in general, a lot of events in chess is Mocha Coffee and Loyalty. So you have tea. I have my 2 cups of coffee for energy boost, and also we can show this has this very special thing. They have designed their cups with the chess pieces. They also have coffee packages designed special packaging, which are limited packaging, and they like to use chess, for their advertisement. It's so nice for us.
It's fantastic. It's one of the best sponsors. I cannot think of a better sponsor for chess, because if there's one drink that chess players drink the most during a game, it's either coffee. or tea.
Yes, exactly.
That's the standard.
Exactly. And they have so many new flavors, and every time they have new flavors, they send to me, and I have supplied for 10 years. And I like to give to my friends sometimes, and especially this chess packaging is very, very popular.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And they also have this black tea that is designed with white and black chess pieces. So it's their special edition for chess. So definitely you want to try.
Yeah. Okay. You were analyzing the games. I was observing. What do you think at this point? We do have these early draws on some of the top boards. Do you think players might be a little bit tired, or they are reserving their energy towards the end?
I think some of the players simply want to make draws to advance in the tournament standings and get closer to qualifying for the World Cup, because this is the important part of the tournament. If you start losing your games now, you're out. So you have to stay solid, make the draws, and then we'll see what happens in the next few rounds. What do the opponents do, so that you will decide, or the players decide, okay, this is how many points I need, and now I need to start fighting. And yeah, it makes sense to also preserve energy. It's a long tournament, 4 more rounds to go after this. So yeah, it's it makes sense that the players agree to draws.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Fair point. On the board, and 4 and 5 and 7, the games are already done, and those are the draws. And rest of the people are still playing. So let's take a look maybe on the first board to check it out, how the leaders are doing. Stefansson against David and Ton. Before we dive into the position itself, because you were analyzing with ALOJZIJE, what got my attention is the time situation. Here, Stefansson has much lower time on the clock than David and Ton. And often it also just gives you some kind of information. We can just... how much you saw with ALOJZIJE?
We watched until knight fd7, knight e4, c5.
Here, yes.
We left off at c5, so it's been a while, because ever since Stefansson has been spending a lot of time, because here things were still in known territory, but here he started spending a lot of time.
Already here, look, there's a 20 minutes difference, right, on the clock. Yeah, so if we just come back here, this is a moment, bishop to g5, where he's spent the moment. And I'll just do some magic things here.
Yeah, it seems that he was in unfamiliar territory here. So that's why he spent a lot of time. We were analyzing either bishop g5 or bishop f4 is very interesting to reroute the pieces. ALOJZIJE showed a nice line with bishop f4 to prepare knight fd2. And then to maneuver the queen to g3.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, because the queen on d3 feels misplaced, so this was a really nice idea by ALOJZIJE to maneuver the pieces this way. But bishop g5 is a more straightforward, attacking the queen, developing the tempo. So it made a lot of sense that Stefansson went for this, but spending so much time is concerning.
Yeah, bishop g5 was the move, and usually you follow up with your next move also quite fast when you're spending some time. So now if we just go back, he had 1 hour and 5 minutes, and then again he spent here some time. So this was the moment for him the most crucial, and perhaps from now he will start to blitz out a little bit after knight to c5. This was the moment we were looking at. He already made a few moves very fast. Knight d6, he decided to give this a check and to grab the dark square bishop. There was also possible to trade the pieces. Let's see, say takes. It's always very interesting what is the goal when you go to the game, right? Do you want to win, or do you want, or the draw is also okay? So maybe he just doesn't want to trade so many pieces, and that's not much here for white. Maybe he's trying to win because he's a leader, and what will be another chance to win the European Championships, right? You have to wait 1 more year to be a leader again. So
yeah, and he is on 5.5 out of 6, so he is half a point ahead of the rest of the field. So I'm sure he would be happy with the draw, but this seems to be the sort of better approach to get rid of the dark squared bishop, making it more difficult for your opponent, because black can castle right now, and it seems to play much easier for white here than for black. So also by having a slightly more comfortable position, maybe that will be a reason for the opponent to accept, okay, maybe a draw is the best result here.
Yeah. So knight is also hanging. Not only that black has the problem with the castle. Let's say knight e4 here in this position. how white can address this move.
Yeah, interesting.
I
Because
was thinking bishop b6. Do you think it's working? Bishop b6?
I like it because the queen doesn't have many squares on a5.
And let's say if queen takes, we're gonna take. The pawn is hanging, the knight is hanging.
Yeah, you do have knight c6 to attack the bishop and defend b4.
Oh, that's a nice move.
But okay, it's a balanced position.
Yeah, just go here. So this is the position without queens. And after 94, you can also just move the queen away. Yeah, you can just find a safe square for this queen. Something like queen d3. But again, it steps on the way of the light square bishop, yeah. Be here.
Yeah, it's hard to find a good square for the queen.
The ending doesn't really like this move. The reason of that is that black is just on time to castle, and now there can be some moves like rook to d8 and start to play on the d file, because white is just a tempo behind here, so yeah. I kind of like the idea to trade the queens, to be honest, in case if black plays knight to e4. Just to go to the end game, you have less time on the clock. This is also risky. At some point, time plays such a big role. You're making decisions very fast when you need time to think, so yeah.
Yeah, and I can imagine David Nathan might be wanting to press for a win. Yesterday, in his game, it seemed like a total draw. ALOJZIJE was saying, it's going to be draw in an hour. It's going to be draw very soon. And then the game kept going. It kept going.
There was a game that lasted forever?
Or maybe it was 2 rounds ago. There was one game where David Anton, it seemed like a complete draw, but then at some point the things turned around and David Anton managed to squeeze a win out of a game that, it seemed like a complete draw. So David Anton seems to be the person that keeps trying. He keeps finding chances, and then at some point it works out. I mean, that's why he's such a strong player. About 2650, and very solid player. So
very solid player.
Perhaps this might be his strategy for today as well.
To press, and he'll definitely place you so much time on the clock. There is another move, like for instance, knight to d7, to develop another piece and to support the knight here. And after, let's say, bishop to e2, now black can actually bring the rook maybe on d8 to scan this d file. This is one way you can treat this position. Both kings are in the center, and the one who managed to castle first, and they will have a little bit better situation to start to move the pieces around.
Yeah, so we'll see what will happen next, but for now, very solid position.
Yeah, you know, like from this angle, we can see this very small candy.
Yes.
Yeah. And I have noticed that I didn't know about that. The arbiters are giving everyday new pen because players cannot bring their own pen. So they also put the candy on the score.
And it seems like they put it for the top 6 boards. So those 6 boards are separated from the rest, and all of the players on those boards have those candies on their score sheets. It's adorable.
It's so cute.
Yes.
It's little details like change so much. Like it makes you more. It's like more coziness around.
Yes.
That he has this extra thing. So here
you see it on the screen.
Yeah, and it's branded as well. So it's the tournament.
Yeah, it's special for the tournament. Yeah. Maybe we can get a sponsor for this.
Yeah, with a candy company. Because you know what, we also need some sugar during the game. I need it.
I pour sugar in my tea.
Yeah,
it's a good energy.
Yeah. It's just like you're spending so much energy, so many rounds, and this is the moment when I usually don't like sweet, but I need to get the sweet when I'm playing, when I'm doing the chess tournament. So, such a nice idea. In the future, we can have that. I'm sorry, I'm still coughing for few weeks already. So
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's tough to talk and cough at the same time.
Yeah. We know all about it.
Sorry, guys.
It's the worst.
Sorry about that. Okay, let's go to the second board. Now we have Darda against Sulejmanli. Sulejmanli is such a great player, being among the leaders for
Yeah.
a long time already.
Yeah, he's a very strong player, but in this game he seems to be suffering. Earlier, ALOJZIJE was saying that Daniel Darda seems to be playing a very solid approach, and that this is the strategy to play against Suleimanli, to not get into risky territory, to get into very safe and simple position where not much is happening.
And you're
it
having
worked out.
still something, yeah.
There's still something, but it's really difficult to play with black because he has this dark squared bishop that is stuck behind the pawns and has to defend. And this knight on c3, I see a lot of, a lot in the future for that knight.
I think Darda just took Suleimani out of his comfort positions, because he's like this player who likes to calculate a lot and to have sharp positions.
And we were saying earlier, Suleimani is such a good player in tactics. Yesterday he also played a very nice game where nothing seemed to be happening, but then he suddenly sacrificed the exchange, and even though it was not winning whatsoever, it was just an equal position, he managed to convert that because his opponent blundered a tactic, and it was very tricky. It was this queen and knight against queen and rook sort of position, and it was very difficult for the rook to defend the position, and his opponent collapsed soon enough. So that's why he's so tricky, and he's a very practical player. So with this position, it's possibly like the worst to have as such a tactical, practical player.
Yeah, very, very nice. I was just thinking, is this, he's wearing this t-shirt which had a lot of big names on it? Is
a lot of
or what's happening?
Is it a football shirt? A jersey?
Somebody knows about that? Guys, let us know in the comment section.
I was also seeing Randstad, and I think that's 100% Dutch. So that's why I was wondering, how is this possible?
Very interesting. Yeah, all the big names there. Hopefully the sponsors of the player. Maybe one day. One day. We have some of the players now having sponsors, and they have these shirts. For instance, Stefansson, he also wears branded shirts, so he has a sponsor most likely. And we also have Max Varmerdam also having the sponsored shirt. So this is so cool that chess players are already now getting this kind of sponsorship. So it's
so important because chess is so expensive. I have some of the players, I've seen them with their seconds. So not only are they paying for their stay and travel to the tournament, but they also need to cover the cost for a second to be well prepared for the game. There's high stakes in this tournament, and it is so important to be ready for every single game and not have to worry that much about the preparation. So that comes with a lot of costs, and that's why it's important for the players to have a sponsor to cover this.
Exactly. And if you want to achieve something very big, you have to, and you have this ambition, you need second and coach to help you with either here locally or also working online, and it actually generates a lot of costs. So in this board we have Jakub Kosakowski, the local player, against Donenko. And Kosakowski is now thinking, his king is still in the center, he has not castled yet. He can actually castle on the short side most likely, because long side would not make that much of sense for him.
It feels so dangerous.
Yeah, as the rook can get on b file and start to attack here. So I think this is pretty logical move to play. Maybe rook to b1, but rook to b1 then drops this pawn here at some point. So something like knight a5, knight before c4 can happen, or knight a5, b6 can happen here.
This knight is a tricky piece, and that's why white needs to counter this somehow to not allow the knight to jump to c4. Once the knight gets to c4, it's very difficult for white to play around this piece. So yeah, you want to control this c4 square as soon as possible with either side, but with white, I mean, you want to stop this knight c4 from happening. So
yeah, white is definitely not strong on the queen side. Maybe instead, in this position after castle, white has to play something like f3 to start to open up the center and the queen side, and try to just get the rook here, and then e4. When this pawn's gonna roll, there will be more and more space for white.
Right, and now white can also play the move queen d3 to cover the c4 square and also prepare e4 at some point. So yeah, optically it feels very pleasant for white, but for some reason the computer is fine with black's position.
Yeah, like more I'm looking at the position, I like black's chances more here. He just made a castle, so this will appear on our screen soon. We have here. I like this idea of getting this knight on c4, and you know, you can also always back up this with bishop e6 plan or queen to e6. I love this pawn creating so much space for black.
Yes.
It's so nice, and there's not necessarily, but you can also just try to push this pawn here all the way to h4. So this is a game on steel, and we will see how it's gonna continue. So we mentioned that this game has ended in a draw. Iturizaga against Martirosyan, and then next game is Ishik-Jan against Vere Jonas. This also ended in a draw into move 4, so we don't have this rule that you cannot agree on a draw.
Yeah. At the arbiters or the technical meeting, it was discussed that you have to make a move, but you can only offer draw like after the first move. So you have to make one move, then you can do whatever you want, but you cannot agree to a draw beforehand or before starting the game, let's say. No, you have to start the game, make one move, both players, and then you can agree to a draw.
Usually we have this rule that you can't make a draw before 30 moves, because I don't know if you remember, but there was some period when people were just making draws at the top level.
Yes.
And we were like, interesting.
Let's put an end to it.
That was actually at the FIDE Raptin Blitz in New York, the last round, because we had qualifications for the Blitz. Last round, all the 4 boards, all the 5 boards, they made a draw. And it's just finished in 1 second, you know? And everyone else, like, they didn't play, they shared all the top places.
Yes, and there was no place left for the others.
Yeah, and the others were like, hello? Like, this is so unfair rule. I didn't really liked it.
Yeah.
And I remember that the players had to go to the fair play check after that. It was a huge line because they all finished at the same time, you know? And I was like, something is wrong here, because like other players,
this
like
can't
someone,
be right.
Someone who plays on the 6th board or like 7th board, like at the Rapid Championship, in top 15 are like top boards already, you have still chance. You just basically don't have chance because of this fast draw. So yeah, sometimes I like when there are some limitations, but here I don't know why this is the rule. Perhaps it's because like everyone tries to qualify, so maybe it's not.
It's a long tournament as well, and yeah, there's so much at stake. I mean, we have over 500 participants in the tournament, and there's only 20 World Cup qualification spots. So I guess this is why, but yeah, it does feel strange. And we're so used to this 30 move rule nowadays.
But I don't know, let us know, guys, what is your theory about that? But it is so different dynamics for women. We never make fast draws. We never agree on a draw. We play until the very last minute. And for men, it's different. They like to just finalize the game, and I'm a victim of that attitude, because when I played tournament, for instance, here in Poland, and even if I'm fighting for the medal top 3, last round they're making fast draws, and then everybody fights against me, you know, and I'm like, no, that's unfair. I had this situation when I was like a half a point ahead of the other guys. Like, I don't know, it's not happening often. So yeah, like, I was like, I can't believe it that I can win the open tournament. I have never won open tournament in Blitz, so it was like a huge deal for me. And last game I was playing and they all made draw. And I'm playing, and my opponent is like, wants to come here. And I was like, oh my goodness. And like, of course, Grandmasters Internet, they're very strong. And there's not even a point to offer a draw because they just, you know, treat differently.
Yeah, there's this sort of like level of respect that if your opponent is too like much lower rated than you, or, you know, like there's some rating difference, then they don't tend to go for the draws. The high rated player is not going for the draw that easily. But the closer the ratings are, the easier it is for the players to agree to draws. And that's also why at the start of the tournament here, we didn't see those draws happen because the rating differences were much larger. But now the standings are a bit more defined. You see who is playing really well tournament. You see who is standing out and having a really high score. Some of the low rated players, like 2500 is not a low rated player, but compared to the rest of the field, it's still low rated. But the 2600 rated players are okay to give a draw or like have a draw early on because you never know what can happen and you have to play safe. So there's this sort of level of respect going on. And I also noticed for myself, like, because I was often the low rated player, people don't give me a draw that easily, and I also want to play on. But for example, if you're fighting for a norm, sometimes you want to have a draw to keep fighting for the norm in a later round, preserve your energy. It's a long tournament oftentimes. And I noticed that as soon as I became 2300, people were more inclined towards, you know, having a very safe game, safe setup, and then after a while be okay with offering a draw. So, but it happens.
I might just increase 100 rating points.
It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it's nice. But naturally, I like to play on until the very end. But if there's a norm at stake, then you tend to change the strategy. Because then every half point is very important.
It is very important. And it's also like, it's not only one game. You have to think about the next games. If it's a last round, of course, it's different approach. But we just explained so well about this, that they are just making draws, getting closer to their goal, and also saving energy for remaining 4 rounds. Let's go forward and check this game out, because I think they have borrowed some pawns from the next board. There's some pawns.
There's some extra pawns on the board.
They promoted pawns. And Black has this beautiful chain of the pawns, but somehow I like it more for White, because White has this semi-open F-file, and F6 is a weakness. That's why here Engine Bar prefers slightly to White. Nothing huge, but sometimes you need just to have a slightly better position to be comfortable and try to outplay your opponent. Both of them have castled on the long side, and now it will be all about, I think both players will just burn the time from the clock, and there will be some action going on.
Yes, exactly. Black has this backwards pawn on F6, and it's really difficult to break through here. It feels like White is in charge of the position. White decides what is going on. So, yeah, I can understand that White has a better position here, but I think it's going to be a big positional fight, and it's important to take it easy with White, to not push the center pawns too quickly, not go crazy very soon. So, yeah, let's see what Jan Malek will play for, but for now I really like his position. So
yeah, I think rook to f2, rook to f1 for White would make a sense. I was thinking about trading the pieces. What is the best scenario for White to trade the pieces? So it means that Black should not do that. So if Black's bishop is off the board, then there are so many holes on the light square. So basically Black has all those pawns on the dark squares, which means that there is a need to protect the light square light squares, and that's what bishop is doing. So any trade of bishop to bishop and knight to bishop is in favor to white. And sometimes in some situations, white can even consider to sacrifice in exchange for this bishop and maybe pawn. That would be a good deal. Then speaking about this knight, yeah, this knight is not really active at this point, so maybe white should somehow aim to target this bishop over here. And yeah, I was just, queen to d1 has just happened. I was just thinking about queen a4. Oh, look at this. Black is going for a trade.
Wow, knight b8.
No.
Oh no, not KETI approved.
No, not approved.
Wow. So, just as you mentioned, don't trade the light squared bishops. Black is, forcing it. There's actually no way.
I think the reasoning of that, look at this situation. Queen was on the other side of the board, so there was this castle. And queen was here. White played queen to d1. Clearly, white wants to play queen a4 next move. And when queen is here, that you can even think of b4 and open up the position, right? Because somehow black's queen is locked here, cannot go other side, and white will have such a great attack on the king side. So maybe the reason why Robert Hovhannisyan played knight to b8 is just to trade some of the pieces to avoid the attack, but strategically it looks really dangerous for black to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah, I guess for now the knight is on c4 and it's difficult to move it around because the pawns are in the way in the center. You would love to give the pawn on e3, just give it to your opponent. You can have it.
Yeah, just have it for free.
But the pawn is there. It's very difficult to remove the pawn from there. So I guess that's the reasoning that Hovhannisyan had, that, okay, it's dangerous, but... I don't see a way that
he was very much afraid of
it.
queen a4 and b4, I guess, and that's why he was like, I have to be ready for this.
Exactly.
So bishop to d7, happily captured. Bishop move can happen here. And now you just talked about this knight. So this knight is okay here at this point if white starts to attack on the queen side. What do you think about queen here?
Yeah, I like it. Preparing queen c6, knight takes b6.
Do you think it... Yeah, this will definitely work because there is this move here and should be really bad. It's a checkmate on the background. So now there's a threat, like if you go here on king to b8, then b4 is there. We can calculate the pawn is hanging, so... There's so many nice moves here too.
Yeah, you can defend the pawn.
Yeah. There's king c2 actually to also open up. I love this move to open up the rook to get on the b file. So this is such a pleasant position.
Yeah, it's not captured just yet.
Isn't captured. Oh, sorry. First time here. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, but it's it's.
No, this is such a pleasant position. You can just play.
You have so many different moves available. Yeah.
And Hovhannisyan has to be alert of all these threats that white will create. Let's go forward. We have this live game. Another game has ended in a draw. Meshkov Nikita against Lagarde Maxime. And then we're going here in this position, which is actually very interesting.
Wait, Jaime Santos Latasa is losing. Wow. Yesterday, I didn't know if you saw the game, but Nikola Zikacharova, he had this incredible endgame against Ivanchuk. And it was like winning for him, then it was draw. And then in the end, Ivanchuk made this mistake that he should never have done, but it can happen in the moment.
Yeah, I saw the result. I have not seen the game, but I've heard about it.
It was like a queen and pawn against rook and 2 pawns. So it was like a fortress at some point, but then he captured the final pawn, which was losing. So yeah, that was a huge win for Kačarava.
Wow. Yeah, he's a very talented player. Nowadays he's splitting his time also to study and to play chess. But yeah, he was always so talented kid. Very good theoretician. Like whenever I had interview with him as a little kid, he knew so many lines. I was like, oh my God, how can you remember all of this? So very special skills that he has. And I was just wondering how the things went so wrong here for black. And we just can go in here and looks to me like dragon Sicilian.
It was a Dragodorf.
What?
Yeah, it was
It
was a combination of the dragon and the Najdorf. It's actually the name, yes. I'm not making this up.
Really?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Wait, so how do you say that?
Dragodorf.
Oh my goodness. Who made up that name?
Yeah, it's a combination of the two openings. It's actually true.
I think I should play. I love this, I love Dragon Sicilian, but I know that it's not safe these days with the engines, but Najdorf is the safest, but if you just put together safest and something that you fancy, Dragodorf. Yes. And I'll put the tattoo on my left hand and put the dragon. Oh, I want to do that.
It's not considered the most good opening, not really a good Sicilian with black, but it can work out.
Yeah.
So he did get a decent position. Usually white has a bigger advantage than this. But surprisingly enough, it went downhill for black all of a sudden.
Yeah, takes. Before so far looks really good for black, and bishop c6 was not correct.
I mean, it doesn't feel like the pawn on a6 is hanging. It's not a pawn that you would like to capture. So I wonder how ALOJZIJE just captured the pawn without any fear.
And letting black to open up.
Because if I would do this against the dragon, I would get checkmated on the queen side.
That's crazy. Let's see if rook goes here. He just comes back. And those two knights are just not less than dragon pieces. Like they're controlling everything so well.
I guess typically in the dragon, the bishop is still on g7. And here it would actually be dangerous to deal with the bishop. But now there's no dark square bishop.
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy to defend.
Yeah, so rook to g8. He was worried about this g7 square. Knight goes here. h6. There are also some ideas like to push g5 to get rid of this pawn, and knight will come on e5 to centralize. And
rook d4 has been played.
Rook d4 has been played. Queen don't have much of the squares, so queen should go on b6. I'm surprised that Jaime is still thinking, right? There's no other square for this.
No, I don't think so either. You don't even have a counter-attacking move such as g5 because you just capture the queen on b4. So sometimes what happens is that when your opponent makes a move and you only have one move to make, you start to spend time just because you know you're in a bad position and you don't know what to do. Like, you don't know what to do about this. You don't know how to proceed, even if you have an instinct.
Yeah, but can you play a move and do that on your opponent's time, right? You don't know what to do, but you don't know what to do on your opponent's time.
Yes.
Nicolosi has 26 minutes.
Yeah, it's for some reason this happens, and it's so strange. It's sort of a psychological thing that you just freeze at the moment that you're realizing, oh, I don't like my position whatsoever. But okay, queen b6 on the board.
This is hanging now. If bishop goes back, let's say on e2 to attack the knight, it's not such a perfect square because then the knight gets on e3. And black wants to push this pawn. Ooh,
He
wait,
plays
what?
e5.
This is the first engine line. Here e5?
No, queen b6. And then white played e5.
Sorry.
Wow.
And he didn't even thought much.
This is why he stood up, because he knew that queen b6 is first and I'm just going to play e5. He was so ready to play this move.
Yeah.
Wow. And now he is up again.
Wow. If he also wins this game, he's on fire. Beating Ivanchuk,
Yes.
then Santos, Jaime, it's like super cool. I think.
Yeah, he only lost to Shant Sargsyan, which is a
we
very
can
fair
forgive
result.
you for losing against 2650 player.
Well, I don't know about beating Sivashvili, but
Yeah, he's also a Georgian player, international master. I think he's trying now to get grandmaster norms. Like he's very solid player. What happened? They're playing so fast. E5.
let's see.
Oh, Jaime is not comfortable. He usually loves to walk a lot when he has better position. And look at him now. He can't find it.
I see g5 was played.
And queen h3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he seems to be losing a piece. I mean, the bishop on a6 is also under attack, but there's e takes e6, e takes f6 being threatened, and you're just straight going through this king.
Yeah, and this is hanging, and this is hanging as well.
And rook takes d6 is on the board
Yeah, so it
as well.
takes
Yeah,
rook
that's
d6.
disaster.
Here the pin. This is the pin. Oh, wow.
Terrible position for black.
This
And
game
this
can
is
end.
why the Dragodorf is so dangerous to play for black. Like it's a very risky opening. It can go wrong all of a sudden, and this is
Yeah,
an
maybe it
example.
works in blitz games. Like usually
Yeah.
when your opponent don't have time to figure it out which is a dragon or knight, you know?
Yeah, it's such a risky opening to play, and he only made one mistake, and ever since then, it's deadly.
Yeah. It's a character of Sicilian. You make one inaccuracy or like one mistake and there's no comeback. So black's thinking here. We might expect him make a move quickly because he plays usually very quickly, but mostly he plays quickly in a comfortable position.
Maybe when he's in an uncomfortable position, he might be taking more time. Yeah. How about we take a look at the next board, because there was also some fire in the game between Shant and Theodora.
I don't know what is happening on the board, but we can see them on the camera. Something is happening, you know.
Yes.
We have here
Can feel
Shant
the
very
tension.
I can feel it. Shant is very focused. Theodora is like moving a lot. Very often when you just observe players, if you know them a little bit, you know, you can even understand how they feel about their position. Wait, how this castle happened on the board? Look at the king.
Yeah, well, we earlier saw this game, and Shant managed to play knight d5, and yeah, it was a very tricky position early on.
Oof, beautiful. I always like this 95, knight f5.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very nice move, and very difficult for black to find the right moves.
Or k3 is also such a wonderful move. Wow. Just to get this rook on the third rank. Anywhere on those squares. Rook j3. Bishop h6 is coming now. You know what? When I have noticed that when I have to play king h1 or king h8 without check, it's not good. Like, it's never
not
good.
a good sign.
Yeah. I just
True.
observed some situations like this, which is like repetitive, and it just happens. Like if you have to play king h8, then there's no check. You know, it's just not good.
Yes.
And so it means that you have problems. And here, obviously, white was targeting this pawn. Now this pawn, and in fact, there are some threats somehow related to capturing here and push even further.
Right, so you want to play rook takes h7 at some point.
Yeah,
So
you know what we can play? Okay, let's do some silly things. Some silly move. Not very silly. Here. So let's say we play knight f5 now. Oh, it's not the best move. So my point was to... Okay, it's not working because I wanted to put up this beautiful checkmate idea,
so
but
nice.
the pawn is gone, so there's a square for the king.
Right.
So this is not working. I was thinking something like connected to knight f6 and then rook h7 and rook queen h5 checkmate.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, rook h6, h7 might be an idea in the future because the knight cannot capture it, it's pinned. And if the king takes, then maybe you can help the attack with the other pieces.
No, I think
You really don't want
I want to make it work. And maybe now. Takes.
It's still fine. I mean, if you...
It works. Not quite.
It's too much material.
We dropped the rook.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, just take it easy. Prepare the attack, and black doesn't have any moves. You cannot really improve your position with black.
Bishop d7 happened now. Just probably you have to pass the move, right? Like you don't know what to do here. Or maybe this is like opening the rook on c4.
Preparing e5, probably.
e5. Oh yes, to attack here and to attack the knight.
Oh, we have a result.
Oh, this is the board.
Donenko on board 3, yes.
Oh, so surprising! It's a draw.
Wow.
So they're making draws on the top boards.
Yeah, makes sense. They all have 5 points, so they want to... yeah, this is the sort of the stage that we're not at the end of the tournament yet, but we're getting close to it, so you want to play it safe, and if you lose this game, it might be very difficult to come back up.
Yeah.
Because then you have to start winning all the games, and it's not easy. So a draw is a really safe result. Preserving the energy and yeah, making sure that you get into the top 20 to qualify for the World Cup.
Exactly. Remember this game, Malek against Havanesian? It completely changed because after taking, White decided to play b4 right away.
Very exciting.
It's very ambitious move.
Yes.
Takes d5. Look at that.
Wow.
They took it at different level.
Oh, what a move. Maybe d5 was missed because
I think so.
it opens up the queen towards the pawn on b4.
So takes, and now White has to trade. This actually changed the dynamic, and from the position where Black had not much but to wait, now there is something. There is some counterplay. Knight can get here to attack this pawn, attack this pawn and also this pawn. So those 3 pawns can be target, and yeah, Black can really get rid of this pawn, but somehow I think Black should be really, really happy.
Yeah, Black is back in the game. I mean, it looked very rough a couple of moves ago, but because of that center break with d5, Black is completely fine again.
Yeah, do you think like Havanesian will go for e4 here? Because it's suggested by the engine as the first line, and then to play either knights here or rook to e8. Let's play rook to e8.
Yeah, I think he might.
And targeting.
I think he might. He's very strong in endgames. We saw him earlier this tournament win a pawn endgame that was completely drawn.
Yeah.
So
he
has shown some tremendous skills in endgames. So I have high expectations now in this position from him.
Exactly. You can't fail us after what we have seen you doing in the end games. High expectations here. Yeah, I think also like his body movement, like he's moving. Now he knows there is a chance. And usually it happens to us when we don't have a good game. And then suddenly opponent gives it as a chance. We like to, you know, wake up a little bit to focus.
True.
Okay, let's check it out later on. And I think for the moment we can pretty much just rotate around to here. e5 has happened. Pawn takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight takes on e5. So it is now white's move to play. Perhaps rook takes e5, right? And after this move, how white should proceed in this position?
Right, because rook cannot take the pawn d6 anymore. It's gone. But you have queen takes h6, I guess.
Queen takes h6. And then this queen is bothering the pieces on this 6th rank. Oh, there's a crazy line suggested by Engine. Here, check. If you cover, obviously you're gonna lose the piece, so you have to cover by the knight. And this is incredible move. Rook a7. Knight cannot capture because it's a pin. King captures.
Queen e5.
Queen e5.
And you take the rook on
Rook is
b8.
hanging. So you just want a pawn and the king is exposed. So I think that's a very good deal for white.
Yeah, I don't see the counterplay for black.
Yeah, and all those pieces are just not connected. Queen gets back now. You can try to play somewhere h4 to get this rook here on h-file. Oh wow, this is really, really bad for Jaime.
Yeah, it's quite a bad position for black, so let's see what Kaczmarov will decide to play, but...
Do you see the rook on g7 on the other board? Something white pieces on the other side of the board.
Oh,
Indeed, yeah?
we don't have the moves yet, because they're playing so quickly.
Yeah,
But I
to
believe
see?
rook takes h7 has been played.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right here, rook takes h7. Your move was played!
I was trying so hard. couldn't find the
Shant made it
blunder. Yes. Oh wow.
So what's the idea? I mean, see, once again, Theodora only has one move, right? Because she has to take with the king, and she's not taking it. Because she is seeing now that...
Is not this the so smart move? So bishop d7 was a threat e5, right? To attack here and to attack here, winning a material.
Yes.
And Shant being super sneaky.
Yes.
Goes this, allows e5 to happen, and then there's this move. And after taking the line here, goes with knight f5.
Right, because you want to prepare queen h3.
Yes,
probably?
now you want queen h3. So if queen goes anywhere, then we have first take here.
Okay. and a queen
h6
h5.
square is like controlled, you win a queen. So if you take the knight, then you take, and then another rook gets into the business.
Oh, you can play queen h3 here.
Just right away.
And then you win the queen.
Oh my goodness, that's so bad for black. Good for Shant. Look at him, so happy, so
He
satisfied.
knew. He
It's
played
like-
queen f3. Okay, you want to play e5? Do it.
Yeah, good job, good job.
Wow. And
I
it's
love
such
that.
a heartbreaking position for Theodora. I mean, she has been playing very well so far. She is actually, I
She's
believe, on
among the
5.
top players.
I believe she was on 5. out of
Is he
6?
smiling? Look at Shant's face. You're smiling.
I can see a little glimpse of happiness there.
Oh, he should be very happy. This is a beautiful tactic.
Yeah, I believe Theodora is on. Yeah, she's on 5 out of 6. So
Oh,
she has been playing
great.
amazing this
And probably
tournament.
she's winning a lot of rating, right? Just
Yes.
imagine if a woman can qualify from the European Championships to the World Cup, this is gonna be huge.
Yes, that would be amazing. She's up 20 points right now. She beat
Wow.
2 grandmasters in a row.
Wow, this is amazing. And to have plus 20 rating points at the event like this, when you have to play and face every single day the title player, this is huge. And she's 2400, right? So
Yes.
you are not getting that much of rating when you're winning after you cross 24 barrier. So that means that she's playing an amazing tournament.
Yeah, and this game might be over soon as King takes has been played, Knight f5, and I
Queen
believe Queen
e6
e6.
is on the board, and now all white has to do is just to
Just take the knight.
Yeah. In fact, after if pawn takes, there is a checkmate. Wow, this is a beautiful tactic. Oops. And now this. Yeah, it's always like it feels. Oh, it feels that. You see, queen h3 is not correct because now there's this cover and bishop.
Oh, it's pinned.
Yeah. So white is taking some time here because you have to be just double checking everything. Knight is on f5, queen is on f3.
The most fun positions to play are the ones you know that you're winning. Like completely winning.
Yes.
That's when you're relaxed at the board. You're taking your time. I love taking my time when I'm completely winning. I mean, if my opponent is not resigning, it's, I'm just
double
enjoying.
check everything. I also did that some time ago. Like I was seeing the checkmate like 10 moves before, and that was my opponent was doing. And then when I had to do the checkmate, I was just sitting and waiting. I already sacrificed a rook, you know, like you have to finish the game. And my opponent was like, come on, like do it. But somehow you just enjoy that.
I mean, of course, it's not a position for Theodora to resign, not just yet. But you have sometimes that your opponent is not resigning when they should. But to me, it's like I really love it when they play on, and I don't mind it because you're the one suffering. I'm having fun in this winning position. So if you want to stay in this position and suffer for longer, then it's your problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll be very happy to be in a winning position then.
Let's see how winning this can be for white. So after this, if you continue to play, first of all, this is hanging.
F7.
Yeah. Queen goes where? B3 probably to attack here.
Yes, and also defend the pawns on the queen side.
And
no,
then
just
G3.
Yeah, and this is not fun to play.
No. It's basically rook and bishop for queen and 2 pawns.
Yeah, the
So
pawns are
that's actually
what is deciding the game, I think.
When you learn chess, what your coach taught you, the queen is 10 pawns or 9 pawns?
9 points.
Really?
Yes, that's what I am used to.
I've been told 10.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And I still believe it's 10.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a very powerful piece.
It's very powerful, but I've been getting so confused with material imbalances. It's so hard to understand when this is better, when it's better to have a queen, when it's not so good to have the queen. It changes in every position. It can change very easily.
It might be connected to this rook power, because they're like 5-5 in total 10, and it's 2 pieces.
Yes.
There are 2 pieces, and queen is still 1 piece. And if they're like some normal position, usually 2 pieces are better, they can connect. And maybe that's why some people just like to give a little bit small value to queen.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it changes depending on the position.
Yeah, I had an interview with Magnus Carlsen, Norway chess, last year, and he said that queen equals to 10 pawns. This is a breaking news, and I looked at him and I was like, sure. I knew it, but it's not a breaking news for some people. Oh, the game has ended.
She already resigned after bishop takes f6. She did not want to play this position for any longer.
Oh, makes sense. It's better to just go and rest to get ready.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for Theodora. I mean, Shant played fantastic chess, and like he had the amazing preparation. ALOJZIJE was very confused at the beginning. Why this a4 move? He was trying to figure out for a very long time why this was played, because okay, they're going to analyze the game actually, I think. But yeah, ALOJZIJE was very confused. Why a4? Because he didn't deem it necessary. But Shant just played a very solid line, nothing crazy, just getting to a playable position. And yeah, this is where it was very difficult for Theodora to play.
He made to look just so simple, right?
Yes.
And within 17 moves, he's already winning, like 18 moves.
It's like, this is why we want to play with the white pieces, because you don't get this with the black pieces.
No, you don't. Oh, wow. So this is basically the first decisive result on the top 10 boards.
Yes.
And Shant is now gonna join top 3 boards, probably very likely in tomorrow's round. Nicolosi and Jaime, let's check them out if they have made any moves. Rook to e5 has been played, and queen to a6. Knight c5 is the move that Kacharov made to attack the queen. Queen to h6 was this beautiful possibility. that white could have. But knight c5 is still a very nice move to just bring another piece into the game. After queen to b6, I think b3 can be the option here, just to make sure that there's no checkmate. And look at these beautiful pieces, just all of them in the center.
All grouped together.
Looks so funny.
Yeah, it's not a fun position for black. I'm surprised that Nicholas didn't take the pawn h6.
Yeah, let's check how much time he thought. He thought some time, like 6 minutes.
Okay.
For sure he was considering this move, but probably did not like something after queen to h6.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't sure about, I don't know, like queen f1 check somewhere. He wants to, I don't know.
Yeah, also
It's
guarding.
tricky. Yeah. It's a very tricky position. I mean, like it's so easy when you look with the evaluation bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, everything looks so simple. Why not this? Why not that? But at the board, they have no idea.
And when you play against strong opponents, like higher rated than you kind of have this belief that there's no blunder. It's like everything is planned, and maybe there's some kind of trap there. So. And he still have to make 14 more moves before the time increment. So. Wait a minute, is there? I think the vice president of Katowice is in the playing venue.
You recognize it.
Can we have the previous video back? There was the high-ranked official coming and looking at. Maybe we can have the full screen of the playing venue just to see if. Okay.
No, I think he.
Oh yeah,
there he
that's
is.
him. Yeah, that's him.
I guess because of the suit.
Yes, he loves to play chess. He's here from the first round, I think. Yeah, we're going to Zoom. We're following him. And he actually plays sometimes the blitz games. He plays often online blitz games. And I think his favorite chess player is Anish Giri, because
Really?
kind of had a feeling that he was asking me a lot of questions. Like, is Anish coming to Katowice when we had this tournament?
Probably not, because
Anish.
there's this one very important tournament he's playing, and he's actually a very important game today in the candidates.
Yes. Very important game. So yeah, this is so nice to see how much people love chess, because without support of like business and the governing body of the city, you cannot get the big tournaments, which has so much expenses and so needs as well. Like, oh, this is so great. Little he knows that we're just stalking him right now with our camera.
Oh, it's so nice to see the playing hall, so many players in one place, and it's such a large area that it doesn't feel like there's 500 people, but there is. And you have nice refreshment area upstairs, and there's a lot of bathrooms for the players. So yeah, the conditions in the playing hall are really nice. It's a really nice atmosphere. I mean, outside it tends to get a little cold here in Poland, but we see some players
Welcome to Poland,
walking around in t-shirts with short sleeves. So
this is life in Poland. It's cold outside, but we always have quite warm indoors. So yeah. But today we had really nice weather. I think like 19 degrees or something.
Yeah.
So I had a walk before I came here. Very nice walk. And yeah, it was good. Oh, it's always good when we have a little bit sunny days here. It's
you
so
don't get it so
warm.
often.
No, we don't get that often. No, we get actually. It's not so bad. But summer gets a little bit late here, you know.
Okay.
When we have summer, I think
it's really nice.
I think it's the best summer to have, like, it's really warm during the day and it's a little bit chilly in the evening. So it's like very pleasant.
Yeah, I have not visited Poland in the summer yet.
Oh, it's so good.
I've only visited during winter. Or now?
I have not spent summer in Poland for last 2 or 3 years, really, and it's the best summer. But like also we have quite busy schedule and calendar in summertime too. There's so many events, so I'm usually just traveling for the events, and the time I'm coming back, it's already getting really cold, and I was like, why I'm missing Polish summer? It's the best period. Yeah.
Well, tip from KETI, visit Poland in summer.
In summer, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right, let's go around and check the other games, what we have here. This is board 10. And I think White has sacrificed an exchange somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
So here was okay. And here White decided to sacrifice the exchange for a pawn, which is, I think it's a very nice decision. Because now the pawn on c5 is hanging, and also this knight is not protected. Rook to c8, and it is White to move. So if I take, and I go here, what's the move? It's -3. Oh, that's really bad.
Interesting.
King goes here. Check. And cover. Yeah, so there should be a very accurate move here by White, and Queen to f4 has been played, I think. Oh, that makes actually a lot of sense to attack this knight.
Okay.
All right, and the next game, let's check it out. This one too looks very crazy.
Oh, AD seems to be winning here.
Oh wow, look at that! It is in a very good shape, in my opinion. Let's take a look from here. He was already better. We can just find the moment when it was like okay. Maybe from here.
This is a crazy Sicilian.
And slowly White just improved the position. Right now the pawn on d6 is weak. Usually you don't have in this kind of positions pawn here, so I think this is a game changer here for both players. Just trading some of the pieces. Now Black's king is in danger. He brings the knight into the king side. Oh, I like this move, h5. We don't even need to calculate what's happening after this move, because it's probably just lost here. And you don't necessarily need to play this move now. You can play knight here or knight here, and then to play rook to h1.
White gets so much control over the light squares. And
so bishop point here. And now it is White to move. Is it h6? Because the problem is that after taking here, knight can take the pawn. And
he has so many hanging pieces. And now just double on the f-file.
Yeah, because knight could not move as the rook was hanging. So now the rook is hanging on e8, and if rook d8, there should be something that just ends this game very fast. I don't know, maybe knight d5, maybe knight f5. Queen h4 is also a possibility to attack here. And we have a move, but Black captured something. And bishop f5 probably.
Elise is reaching for the bishop, but
maybe
not
with the
decided
pawn.
yet.
Yeah,
Pawn takes, yes.
Because it also creates this extra square for the knight, obviously. Now f-file is closed, but it doesn't mean that Black is not Black is safe, so white can play queen to h3 to guard this pawn, to threat h6, and then to bring this knight here and here. Yeah, very pleasant position. Let's check out how Kaczorova and Jaime are doing. Oh, Jaime, he saw for sure this queen h6 move, because his next move was rook to g6
Yes,
to guard it.
sure it defends the pawn.
Yeah, I like this move because it kind of also just brings king into some safety. Queen e3. Attacking this pawn here. If e6, I am certain there is some kind of sacrifices here. Oh, no.
Yeah, apparently black can just defend this.
It's not even bad, right?
Yeah.
It's not that bad, but there is better moves than to take.
Yeah.
What else black can play? Knight g8 is too bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one way to defend the pawn on e7, but if you have to play knight g8, you know that your position is miserable.
Yeah.
It's not a move you want to make.
Yeah, there can be some moves like this and this. 94 knight to d6. Very pleasant position, and I think also white is controlling time really well. Not dropping too much, not spending too much. So that's important. Shall we get back to the first board? Because also Stefansson had low time. Let's see, rook to c4 just happened. We left this game at this point. So black made this move, knight to d7, and after bishop e2, knight e4 now. Oh, you know,
Your move!
I was just trying to make any move there. But knight e7 is such a smart move because it controls b6 square.
Yes.
Very smart move.
Yeah, now the queen has to retreat, and it's, it's tough.
Oh, wait, what? Pawn sacrifice. So black just decided that it was so dangerous to keep this king here, because there's also this move b3.
Yeah.
And where you go this queen, right? Like if you go here, then I can play knight c5 and then push again.
Very difficult position for white. It suddenly went downhill.
Oh, look at this situation. All these pieces on here. We're missing this one.
Okay. One piece is off the board, so that gives white some breathing.
Now this is hanging. Knight goes here. Oh, the pawn is hanging, so maybe knight has to go somewhere. Somewhere where? Oh, here. And after queen b4, there's knight c4.
Ah, that's smart.
Yeah. And if rook takes... Something connected with this one, yeah. Takes. Can we queen h5?
Yeah, and I guess the queen can start attacking. Yeah, not a fun position for white.
Yeah, with 11 minutes on the clock, still 17 more moves to go in this position, but we made a lot of moves actually. No, queen, 17 more moves to go.
Yeah, for now it's back to move, but it's, tough position for white.
Yeah, this is kind of position when you are not lost, if you're just worst, and you think like, if I can just restart this game.
Yes.
And play differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can take now a short break before the
time travel.
Things heat up, because since like now everyone just takes more time to figure it out how to continue. And after maybe not so short break, but after a break we will be back and we will see more action on the board.
Stay tuned.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to a ride at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
Powered by Super Foundation.
Hello and welcome back. We have Grandmaster ALOJZIJE Jankovic back in the studio. ALOJZIJE, the games are getting really exciting, getting closer to time travel, and we're already seeing some very interesting positions. So let's have a look.
Yeah, exactly. As I was saying this before with KETI when she was here at your place, we were doing this together, that breaks sometimes help us to go to the playing hall to check the things. We are not exactly on some nice swimming pool with a cocktail in our hands. Well, I was like strolling around the playing hall trying to find some interesting games, and there are plenty. Our main focus are top boards, but believe me, there are some games like on board 60 and which are really like so interesting. Unfortunately, yeah, this is hard to cover, so many boards. So let's focus on our main board still, but if we will get a chance to switch for something else, believe me, there are so many interesting games. Now we have, I will say, this kind of situation where players are either ready to take risks. Some of them are a little bit, behind, lagging, and they're trying to change their situation. So we have, I would say, like closer to the top boards, we have many players who are taking risks, just trying to get the chance to qualify, to be closer to qualify. But I don't know, sitting on +2, this doesn't mean much for this kind of event.
Yes.
So let's check our board number 1. You were discussing this together. As I said, my concept is that you cannot win against David Anton with a control risk. You can only win if he feels that there might be a chance that he loses. So you need to risk fully. You cannot like risking with some control and then thinking that you might outplay him. So here, 3 results possible or not? Not really, if you ask me. But still, there might be some chance that Black misplayed it a bit. However, I think that still David Anton is in a full control. We have a move rook d7, right?
Okay.
I don't know, bishop d5 springs to mind, but then knight d4 is coming. Then we need to calculate queen g6. For example, bishop d5, knight d4, queen g6, but then there is this rook d5 and knight to b3. So those mating stuff, we can maybe start with bishop a8 to keep the bishop on the diagonal. However, after knight d4, queen g6, knight b3, the problem is that wherever you jump, queen is attacked from this queen. So there are no attacking motives connected with checkmate. So after rook d7, Black needs to do something safe. Of course, even, I don't know, rook e3, I would not say that Black is really worse there. I'm curious how our engine will, of course, say that white is better. But from human point of view, I would say that this is quite decent position for Black.
This bishop is so strong on d5.
Yeah, and now I see that engine slowly starts to agree a little bit. 0.6, it's not much. However, this is not the choice which will be first one from David Anton's. Is this position you aim when you are under heavy fire and you're having a tough time, and then you want to go somewhere safe. So, but just saying that Black has plenty of choices to stay in the game. So bishop c6 allows knight d4 again. However, at least this one is attacked, so we're having both rooks under attack. So maybe some tactics works here. Although, frankly speaking, I don't see it. So
I mean, the bishop is also under attack, right? So
yeah.
where do you move the queen?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is not something you want to do. What else is possible? We have these massive exchanges with knight c5, but then f8 rook is attacked. For example, knight c5 allows this queen f5 takes, and yeah, just drop the piece. So you don't have any knight jump, which actually leads us to something else. I'm trying to find the solution here, and it seems that David Anton.
Bishop c8 is played.
Yeah, this is the same thing without having an unprotected piece on c6.
But now he can retreat with rook d4, and we have the same position after bishop e7.
True. That's true, and I don't have time for those moves. Maybe I have. However, I think this is f4 I was thinking, and then rook e8. But this is a mess. Maybe I'm on right track, I don't know. Is it possible that this is the line?
Wow. Yeah, it might be worth trying.
Since after rook e1 there is rook f3 and knight g3, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that I grasped the logics. Yeah.
You solved the position.
So I'm curious, is this an option for black after rook d4 coming back? However, that was not played. Knight d4 was played, which seems like a small inaccuracy.
But it is a natural move.
Yeah, but he will stay with the pawn down. Let's say queen g6. Okay, I'm missing something. What am I missing? This knight is trapped. So I don't know, some rook c7 probably.
Oh.
So I need to go somewhere. But where?
Queen
to
e5 was played.
e5?
Yes, that's played.
Yeah. Okay, this is a huge mess.
Yeah, this rook on b3 is trapped, but okay, for now the rook on d7 is also an attack and doesn't have many squares available. So he could move the rook. What happens after rook a7?
Rook is trapped. So rook a7, I take on e3, queen c5.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have knight d2 in process.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Knight d4 was a mistake, probably. And now Vignir is thinking. What a mess.
Mm-hmm. I guess he can capture the pawn on f7, just to take a pawn and then take the rook on b3, but it's very dangerous for the king on g1.
So takes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Normal way to go. Bishop b7.
Mm-hmm.
And then try hoping to go. So move the bishop somewhere and play f3. I would not be so scared of that position. Let's say bishop b6. Oh, I'm missing some tactics. Why this is lost? Ooh, queen d5.
Oh.
But this is not like a winning move. But so this is the threat. Probably some queen d1. No. Queen d3. No. Always, you need to solve something. f3. Is it working?
That looks so scary.
Yeah, but it's necessary.
Oh. Tough move.
So, this is the current position. The problem is I'm not playing anymore on this level, so I have a feeling that I'm able to find things, but I'm super slow. I'm, much slower than before, and I need to, so much time to figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually my problem. If I would start playing against those guys, I would need to burn a lot of time to navigate through their threats and everything. I'm still able to find things, but I'm much slower than before. So in this position, you know, I would just start getting on seconds.
Yeah, and so might Stefansson, as he's down to 4 minutes. And
for 10 moves, sort of 10, 12, it's not like end of the world. However, it's a bit unpleasant.
In this position as well.
Yeah. By the way, Kačarava
on board 8
is just winning versus Santos, which means that playing this Dragodorf was maybe not the best option. Actually, around here, he started to drift.
Yeah, he played this move bishop c6 and
yeah,
it just collapsed.
Usually you should play a5 if you can play it. So here is bad, so how to achieve this?
So he plays bishop c6 to prevent this bishop b5.
Yeah, so maybe to take. Not working, hang on. So what's the move here? Don't believe that bishop a8 is a move, so you need to come up. So maybe nice c4? No. Oh, again I will need to like burn so much time to figure this position out. So what's the key here? It's really maybe bishop should go to e6. Is it too slow? That I go bishop c8 and bingo, bishop c8 is the move.
Yes.
Not simple at all. As I said, knowing that things are bad.
Resignation.
Resignation. Big kudos to Nicolosi winning against Ivanchuk and against Jaime Santos, 2650 players or a little bit less. Huge thing. He is on fire. What is his performance prior to this round? Probably was 2650.
Even more.
It was almost 2700 and now he's keeping with that. He lost the third round versus Sargsyan, but after that he is on fire.
Every game. Yeah. He's now on 6 points out of 7. Incredible performance. And we're looking forward to see more of him in this tournament.
At the same time, board number 2 is Daniel's strategy paying off? Not clear. It seems to me that Aydin has managed to get his game, and this is typical. So
it actually just changed because for the longest time, Daniel Darda was doing fantastic. He had this position that he was in control and everything was going according to plan, but suddenly just now he lost the advantage.
Okay, so there is a move. I don't believe that some rook f2 is working. You know, immediately I'm searching for those kind of things, but it's not working. It's too early. So maybe in combination with some move. But hang on, where do you put? If I go rook a7, you go rook a6. And now I might have some tricks with bishop c5. Is this working? Not really. I can take, and I think that white is just better here. Maybe I can take first and then bishop c5. No. Bishop b4. Really? Is this? No, I don't believe in this move. No, it doesn't work. So what's the solution here? So to combine some tactics with queen to g4.
Could be. Preparing queen f3.
Yeah, all the engine disagrees. So there is some. I was saying that rook a6 is a move at some point, but not yet. So what to do? Something like no, rook a8 is not good. As I said, rook f2 too early. This is special, huh?
Yes, this is very tough.
That suddenly here there is a move.
Can you play rook b7? Back?
Okay.
To prepare bishop b4.
That's a good move. So maybe that's the solution. Yeah, very good, ANNA-MAJA. Okay, just going back to our first board, we have rook f7, which was well played by Anton Hiharo. David, however, so after rook f7, what did he do? He played
Knight takes b3.
Yeah, now it's black's turn. Bishop b7, I believe, will happen. So this is super interesting. Queen g4. Okay, queen g4 is a natural move. Let's go full screen. How worried is Vignir? We can see about his facial expression that he is worried. Also determined. Okay, let's bring the board back. So this game, bishop b7 will be played. Now David Anton will make that move. He always, have this pre-move routine. He sort of take his hand towards the piece and then retreat a little bit. What's going on in other games?
There's a lot of excitement happening. Yes, there's so many time scrambles. I see the game in Maurizi against Brunello. Wide open king, but white is better.
Okay, let's go. Which board is that?
Board 12.
Let's just show you. White is better there. Good luck with that.
Oh, it's the upper piece, that's why.
Yeah, but I say good luck with that just claiming that white is better here, while you're sort of afraid of getting mated. We have some result. Who is standing up behind us? I see our arbiter, Melich. Okay, some players finishing their games. Yeah, you can see that Maurizi here is very worried.
It was Kazakuski probably who beat Adar Tarhan.
Deak is a long time, not surprising, but at least he's in a better endgame.
It's tricky. He's up a piece, but
Gurel is winning versus Maksimovic. But this game, Brunello. Okay, but this game, Brunello will see a crazy time. It would be great. Yeah, now we are a bit closer. If we could zoom a little bit, since Brunello is very determined. We see Maxim Rostein behind.
I believe knight d5 was played. Or knight d4. Knight d5, I believe.
Knight d5?
Yeah, I see the knight on d5.
Which is a good move. Rostein is having some complicated position, but still not so clear. Jofa seems to be pressing. We have a mess, total mess in Abaso versus Blomqvist. Who is better there? No one knows. Probably white. Yeah, it's really hard to. How about Ivanchuk versus Naderim? Vasily is better, but it's a blitz mode. So here, what should black do after knight d5? He can take on e4, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Queen takes e4, but it allows something. Probably this knight to c3.
Maybe even knight g3?
Yeah, but then queen
And then a
d5
take on b4.
takes on d1. Okay, white will win this position. This is a good move. So what should black do? To take on d5, queen g4 or what?
Somehow h6 to open up the king side more. It's a very tricky position.
So queen g4 was played by Aydin Suleimanli. It's sort of silent draw offer. If white takes the rook. While in Anton Hiharo David versus Stefansson, bishop b7 was played. And then Stefansson made a wrong move. Knight d4, we were mentioning that f3 should have been played.
Yeah, but such an unnatural move.
Okay, it's not fully unnatural because you want to stop this activity of the bishop. However, it's unnatural in terms of hanging pieces, which is not something you want to do it
Yeah, we don't
on purpose.
Like that. Yeah, the games are slowly finishing. Roman Detiarov beat Leonardo Costa, so that's a very good result.
An upset
Benny Eisenberg beat Luca Moroni.
in a style, it seems to me.
Oh,
He blundered the rook.
he blundered a rook?
Really?
Yeah,
Which board
board
is that?
25.
Just to show. So in this position, it was sort of complicated. And then Luka push e6, suicidal attack, play rook d5, and forgot about the whole rook. Oh, this is something.
Was he counting on something here? I don't know.
No, don't believe, because queen f2 is coming and there is no check even. So I think it was just total miss. Maybe he was thinking to take with the queen, but this also doesn't work, so
He played the move instantly with 1 minute on the clock, but instantly.
huge blunder. Okay,
Wow.
let's stick to our boards in progress. So Anton David, now he's thinking, we will follow that one. As we mentioned, silent draw offer. This should be a draw somehow. With some-
Somehow, but
Yes.
computer disagrees.
But how? This is a dead draw, right? Or king h2 maybe? This is the way how he's running away. And now nothing? Like
Rook
look at-
f3. Knight e2.
Knight e2, yeah. Those kind of stuff. Crazy. And we have this game, endgame. Where is Brunello? So he took and played 6, following your footsteps.
Not sure if that's a good idea, but maybe it works out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the time trouble situation. Most of the boards are now in time scramble, so this is the moment to tune in and follow the games. Oh, what's happening here?
So he just made a move. Knight to g1, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Yes, queen g4 played.
Yes, and now queen g2 or something. We have a handshake. Bojan Maksimovic resigning to Edis Gurel with some facial expression. Not happy, of course.
Yeah, that was a crushing game by Edis Gurel. Very nice win.
It's not so
And-
simple to resist with the black pieces.
Yeah, and he's back in the top.
Okay, let's go to our main board, our board number 1, since here we might see just Maurizi winning. So let's check this one. Which move was played? Bishop takes f3 or what?
Yes, bishop is on f3.
Okay.
David Anton taking over here. Queen c2 played to defend g2. It's still not clear because opposite color bishops, if the pieces get traded, then there will be drawing chances for white. But for now, black is better.
Okay, he can go and play maybe even some queen e4 stuff. But this will be a draw. So he needs to come up with something else. Bishop e4, black is better here. I was thinking even some rook f6, but maybe this is a bad move. Or rook f5 or whatever, but maybe just bishop e4, exchange the queens, and let's go.
Bishop
and
e4
the long
played.
term, it's no fun to play this position. Queen d2 he played. Yeah, black is just better, but
the question is, can you win this?
Yeah, it's a long way. Let's just check Suleimanli. They are in this position we were analyzing?
Yes, they are.
Really?
King h2 was played.
Okay, cool.
Wow. But okay, white is up a rook, but the evaluation is only slightly in favor for a white.
But it's strange that this is in favor. Either it should be a dead draw or...
That lost.
Yes. How you can be in favor here? Only if there is some like returning big... So queen f2? Yeah, a big part of the material, and then you can just be better in some, I don't know, position with two rooks versus a rook and a bishop.
Probably, yes. Yeah, so it was a very solid game, and it still turned into a mess. And that is very typical of the players, especially Suleimanli. You were mentioning earlier, very tactical player. And we have tactics on the board, so fantastic. He's thinking about his move, but rook f3 seems like the most logical move. What other move do you have? Is he maybe thinking about bishop h4?
Nice try. Really nice try. I love it. But what after bishop h4? If we do the same and then come with the queen to c7, let's say 92. If you take queen c7, it should just do the job. So after 92, taking on g3 is probably needed. No, I'm too late for rook f1. Rook f3 doesn't work because there will be some checks, and checkmate is there. So how do you proceed? You can maybe play rook f3 immediately. No.
Wow.
I don't know what do you do here.
g5.
Yeah, g5 or take on e4 and then trying to do the perpetual. I was thinking even like this, but this doesn't work. You mentioned g5, not working.
No.
So probably just returning the bishop at some point. Bishop d8. No, come on.
Yeah, he's still thinking. It's a critical position. Okay, he has two moves. They're very logical, but yeah, they're both quite risky as well, because you have to keep playing the right moves. And with little time on the clock, it can go wrong very easily. Although they are very close to move 40. They only need to make 3 more moves. So they will reach move 40 very, very soon.
Very soon, but also far enough to be very worried, right?
Yes.
Yeah, someone can say that happened actually to me. I was playing versus Kobalia, who was at that stage even working for Kasparov. He was 26-50 player, maybe even more. I don't know. I'm curious now what was Mikhail's career high. So yeah, Kobalia was a very good player, and you know, like well prepared and everything. So I played against him, and it was funny. So
26, almost 80.
26-80, yeah. And you know, I outplay him in a classical isolated pawn structure, but with some new idea, and I'm winning. I have 3 moves, but I don't see a win. And the problem is when I repeat twice, I'm getting to 38 move or something like 39, and then either I can repeat more or I can play on. So I was unlucky that it could have been 40th move, and then I repeat and then find a win. And I couldn't find a win, and I repeated twice, didn't want to repeat third time, and lost the game in the end.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was at the European Championship. But am I saying I was only a few moves away from the time trouble, but what can I do? I can either find a win or make a draw. So it's not simple at all. Someone can say, okay, 3 more moves, but it can be also very far.
Yeah, I also has a similar situation like this. Like I was completely winning, but the win was not so easy to find, but I was repeating, and then I repeated again, and if I basically go back again, then I'm repeating for third time. If not, I cannot win anymore because I was winning in the previous position. So I had to make a choice, and I continued playing, but it was an equal position, so I couldn't win anymore. So it was very unfortunate, and it happens so much. It happens so often that around this time, between move 30, I don't know, 35, but most mistakes happen between 38 and 42. This is the danger zone where before move 40 you don't have the time, and after move 40 you still have the adrenaline rush from the time scramble. So this is why this moment is the most exciting part of the game.
Exactly. And as I said, you can be so close, but it can be one move difference. And Suleimani is thinking, 1 minute, let's go full screen. Let's see the action. I don't know, do we have another angle? But I would love to see the action as much as possible, since Darda is for sure very nervous. He is sort of always quite emotional when things are complicated. And here Suleimani is searching for this bishop h4. He doesn't see.
30 seconds,
I love
think.
this angle. We can also see the clock. We could have seen if
and there's some spectators.
There won't be a person, yeah. It's not a spectator usually. It's and okay, this angle is fantastic, and he goes for rook f3.
The energy I saw in this move was amazing.
Which is a losing move. Knight e2, a winning one. And
played instantly.
Suleimani is losing. Let's outzoom. I want to see his face. And yep. Queen e2. And now just rook e7. He was counting or perpetual. That's what he was calculating. So after rook takes bishop, there is some stuff. Queen d1 is possible. So something was missed. Let's bring the board. So rook e7 doesn't win, because after queen d1 you cannot give really checkmate, since rook f8 is coming. But there is something different in this position.
Queen d2?
So just bringing the queen.
Oh, wow.
Bad. Hang on. Queen e1 might be a better option. Winning move. But is there a better sequence? Probably not. I don't see. So queen e1 should be played.
I'm thinking if you can play rook g1, something simple move.
Okay, I don't think that this is the move. It's mate in 7. Mate in 7.
Okay, that's harsh.
How is the mate in 7? I'm curious now. Something with queen to h5. Rook f2 probably.
Okay, this is a big problem. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so our broadcast team now, people will come to check the moves, so need to switch cameras. and they're doing this very well. So we can see Darda thinking, he has a feeling, but this is so tense, this is so tough. I cannot, even explain how hard it's to calculate when you have very low time. You know what's the problem? You always need to take a look of clock, then you're losing concentration, then you're coming back,
yes.
checking. So it's so tough to calculate. So rook e7, queen e1 wins, but is there another move which wins? I don't believe that.
I don't see it either.
Yeah, so what else? Queen to e1 is a winning move. Rook d, queen d2. This is a mistake, right? Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
He played my move.
Queen e4.
Oh my
what
goodness.
a mistake. So Mali took it.
Did you see that? I think he was like he took
Yes.
a breath. Like, okay, I'm fine now.
And now it's a sort of draw. So if I take rook e7, this is probably a drawing outcome. Suleimani, sign of relief.
Yes. Oh my goodness, what a moment. One more move till your 40th move.
Suleimani, and after the game, you will immediately hear the Suleimani will say to him, "Why didn't you play queen e1? But I thought that you can do this. No, you have this move." Oh my God.
Wow. And I think Darda is realizing this as well, because what is the follow-up? He's realizing the problems.
He will take the bishop.
He took the bishop.
Of course. And now Suleimani needs to make one more move. So
how is he better when he is down the rook?
I don't know. He will. Okay, he will play now. He needs to push the pawn. I believe that the point is here, something with. No, I cannot put queen g5 is coming. So this is the threat. So is it rook e3? Rook f5 also.
Oh, that's a mate threat.
That's a good move.
Wow.
And now the smoke has cleared, and this is a draw. Why? Don't ask me why. G4?
Maybe you're just happy with queen h6 and give up the queen and then rook f1?
I was thinking about that, but I don't think that this is the best way to go. Maybe it's possible, but how about, probably there is some just forcing the perpetual. I was thinking g4, but this is bad. So let's try to see. This is a threat which I need to parry.
You have a check.
No. No. I saw something ridiculous, like some queen d4, queen f4 stuff, but it doesn't work. So rook e5 doesn't. It's bad. So if I give check, I don't. Probably, you see, still not bad. So there is some special defense, and it's so tough to find.
King h2.
This will be a checkmate, I believe.
Oh,
yes.
okay, still checkmate.
So
There's no
queen
more squares.
somewhere, but queen f4 is not working.
I think it has to be queen h6.
Yeah, I don't see any other move, legal move, which stops. Rook e5 is not good, so I don't see any move which stops the threat, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be queen h6.
Yeah, that seems the most logical.
You sure there is no other defense? Probably not. That's it. What a game. What a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, in that position, like you after queen h6, I think the idea is simply you put the rook on f1, you give rook e8 check and back and forth. It would make most sense. Rook f1 here.
So queen h6. But it's better for black.
Wow. Incredible.
Maybe pushing the pawn and hoping for the best at some point.
Well, queen g4 is a threat here.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, maybe rook d3. Oh, queen h1, blundering checkmate e1. Oh, not good for me. So rook d2, not really. It loses.
Wow.
Yeah, what's the move now? You
Rook a1.
Probably rook g1. You must keep the rook closer. Yes. Rook g1. But I'm curious, is there a move which is not queen h6? I don't know why engine is sometimes... Yeah, queen h6 probably is the move. Okay. What a turn of events.
Yes. Bogdan has won his game.
Okay, let's go one by one. Let's summarize. Oh, this looks bad for Vignir. Yeah, he needed to trade the queens. I think that he made a mistake not exchanging pair of rooks. Here, no, he couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't.
That's the issue. You cannot exchange the rook. Okay, then it's quite a bad position because presence of rooks help a lot. Help a lot to black. Very tough position to play. Weaknesses. I would say that the chances for white to save the game are like less than 10%.
Makes sense.
Here, white will burn some time. We have draws. Hovhannisyan is worse against Malek.
Yeah, he's struggling. He was doing fine earlier this game, like he was surviving, but yeah, I had high hopes for him in the end game, but he seems to not have been able to keep the position together.
I agree.
He doesn't have any breakthroughs with black.
Okay, white will sort of try to consolidate and then to bring the knight somewhere where is needed. As you mentioned, Deak has won the game. How about Brunello? Okay, it's still going.
Okay, he was much worse before, but...
Should be winning for white, but still, there is some job to be done. Muradli. This is a drawn position. Okay, I'm trying to figure it out why, but there is some knights are on the board. Lodic won. Rostan Maxim is better versus Kilic. Samadov Yufa is winning. Yufa is in a good shape, and last year he performed very well.
Yeah, he finished fourth place. He was first on tiebreaks of all the players with 8 points. Wow, and he actually lost the last round last year.
Yes.
Wow, so he was like
he was
leading.
The leader. He was winning. Okay, he won
Wow.
versus Jordan van Forest, being sort of lost, but then afterwards he just.
Wow.
Maxim Rothstein is about to take a seat. Behind them, Samadov Yufa playing. Muradli just made the move. His game, and he's sort of unhappy. Why? Okay, the game was sort of solid. Blomqvist lost versus Abbasov. But that game was, hang on, was it clear? Yeah, it seems that he had everything under control. How about Finek? Not an easy game to convert. Some checks coming. Checks against checks. So here Dudin
What a
is
position.
better, but it's not so easy to win since White will manage to exchange some material, although Bishop and Knight we might see this winning method, although some players tend to resign. Kuru versus Sokolovsky. Kuru is doing fine, but not much material left. You mentioned that Costa lost. Eisenberg won, we will touch this. Schubel made a draw. Seaman won. Kovalenko won. Sarachi versus Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk winning.
Yeah, Ivanchuk has outplayed his opponent. Vasily is happy. You can see him walking. So he was not able to exploit Ivanchuk's bad day yesterday. Yeah, this is just crushing. He will sacrifice at some point or push g5 and 2 pawns up. Sargsyan, another legend,
Losing.
lost. Oh, I would not have expected.
Wow, he was doing really well at first. But suddenly, yeah, after the draw in the last game, he crashed.
So it was, yeah, it was bad from the beginning, it seems. So he just misplayed it, misplayed the line. Somewhere here, he wanted to sack, but this sack actually didn't pay off. Very strong performance by his opponent. He managed to outplay him. Injic versus Bronstein. It's funny, today is Bronstein's birthday, but another Bronstein. Injic, he needs some miracle to win this position. He will try to press, of course. Lavrencic, Samonenkov. Samonenko once again having a tough time. It seems for him, we can see him on the camera. It seems that this is not his tournament. Amar Elham is worse against Herbeck. Herbeck is an interesting player. Played very well at the Prague Chess Festival. Petrosyan Manuel is converting. We mentioned Kurkulos, who is getting nowhere. Slightly better position, but not much. So, Warmerdam has won the game, Kantor as well. And that's actually...
Alexakis won.
Yes, after yesterday loss. Interesting game. Stochek won, Borchovsky. Yannick made the draw. Paul will he again have a long game? Might happen. David Naura won, and that's more or less it. So, I believe that we can go for a break, since now, as usually, players will take some time, and we will get back after a few minutes. So, see you soon.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
And we are back at the right moment. It seems that the first board has finished. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's go with the camera there. Since David Anton has managed to overtake the leader. So let's see that board. We need the camera from the board number 1. So that's it, they just left. The board is empty. Final moments were, it didn't last too long. So
Yeah, surprisingly. You would expect this game to go for much longer with the opposite color bishops. Oh.
yeah, he's just too passive, right?
pawns.
Yeah, G3 is falling, G2 is falling, and that's more or less it.
He had enough.
Yep, Sargsyan, we can see him. He was walking, but he's now struggling. And Suleimanli is still,
Still pressing.
yes. Rook F1, your move, which actually is not bad, but
It's
it's,
logical, but
yeah. Black is able to create something. H4 pushed. It should end up in a draw, although, however, white is still struggling a bit. Hovhannisyan is dead lost. Rook D8. It seems that Malek is just cruising towards the victory. We can just stay here for a moment. Rook D8. Rook B1 check. King to C. Where did he play? To C2? No, C3 probably, right? No, C3. C2.
I see a light square.
Rook B4, Rook D4, King C6, Rook D8, King C7, Knight F7 wins. So Rook B1, King C2. Great player.
Fantastic game by Jan Malek. I mean, earlier he had a really good position at the beginning of the game, but then he gave it away and it became equal again. And it looked very promising for Hovhannisyan entering the endgame, but all of a sudden, Malek is able to turn it around and turn it back to a big advantage, and now he seems to be on his way to win this game. And yeah, I had high hopes for Hovhannisyan. We know that he is very good at endgames. He has shown that also in this tournament, but this game was not it.
Although it was already visible against Jan Ishik that he was not having a perfect day and that he was miscalculating something which was not a good sign. But big kudos to Malek. If I'm not mistaken, we were commentating, right? Malek was doing quite good at the European individual last year in Romania. But then he lost, I think, penultimate or the last two rounds. But he was doing very well. Winning against Chigayev, winning against Nisipiano, making draw versus Bierre, Suleimanli. That's huge.
Last year he was actually an international master, so in the meantime he became grandmaster. Very well deserved.
Yeah, he's playing very well. He's on a rise, and I think 26 plus.
He's actually quite a young player. He's from 2007.
Gumularts, him. I think that Polish chess, they can be very happy with the youngsters they have after some generation of Wojtasek, I don't know, Wojtaszek, then Mateusz Bartel, whom else, Piorun and those guys. Now they have again very strong generation as well. So let's, okay, we see the move. Rook was moved to h1. So playing on a card that I will allow you that you take the piece, but then hoping that with those 2 pawns I will be able, or maybe first to start with king c6. But anyway, it looks like just dead loss, something like that. And then you need to calculate how will you stop the pawns, and maybe you're lazy, you don't want to calculate. So this is a strategy. Now,
He's about to make his move.
he just took.
He just took the knight. Yeah, and this should be game over, especially because there's a pawn on b4 that wants to move forward. And those pawns on the king side are not fast enough. King c6 played.
Yep, as expected. Rook d8.
We have a lot of people around this board. It's always fun to see in the playing hall which board people are starting to surround, and then you also want to join and see what's happening, because that's the sign there's something special going on at this board. Rook d8 is played. And this should be over soon. Do you think Hofhannisson will resign soon, or he's going to...
He will play a bit.
Okay. Will he play king c7 or take on h2 right away? It's not a big difference, but king c7 feels more natural because you force the opponent to play knight f7, which is not the most ideal square, but he does take the pawn right away, okay? Okay, maybe he's provoking b5. So the pawn moves forward, it gets weaker, but at the same time, there's not much that black can do. Wow, king c3, such a solid move.
Okay, he calculated everything. He thinks that he wins after rook g2, that he just pushes the pawn, king c7, and probably something like rook c8.
Oh, rook c8, b6.
Rook b1, rook g1.
b7.
And pawns are too slow to...
Oh, it's tricky.
Yeah, they are too far away. It's very nice. We can leave the board and go with the camera there, since it's more about now gestures. So let's go full screen. We can, maybe our production can play with angles of the camera.
Yeah, this game...
It's more about now resignation.
Yeah, I expect this game to be over soon. Especially after king c3, such a classy move. And black doesn't have anything. I mean, it looks scary with the pawns on the king side, but as you mentioned, they're too far away. They cannot move forward that quickly. And white has a passed pawn. That's very important. Without the passed pawn, it would actually be quite interesting. But because of the pawn on b4, this is completely winning. Hofhannisson still taking some time. Maybe he will start pushing the pawn first. g4. G3, H3. But yeah, it's so easy to stop the pawns with white. If they had less time on the clock, this would be the final moments of the game. But with more time on the clock, they might spend quite some time on this.
That feeling, huh? I mean, we all know it, who are playing and who were playing on that level, that, you know, when you like made a big thing, it's not easy to, you know, to crack those opponents. They are so resilient, and I know this. I've actually managed to do that quite some time in my career, since you cannot have 2600 rating if you don't win against those guys at some point. So that feeling when you know, win against 2600, you know it's tough.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the poker face on.
And then you go, typically you go to the restaurant, to the dinner, and you are sort of like, you know, cool. And then people approach you, oh, good job, or something like that, and then you know that you did something.
Yes.
Something huge.
Something special.
Actually, I was not playing so well in my career against top players. I was way much stronger to crush weaker players.
Oh, that's also a good skill to have.
Yeah, so I had this stamina, this motivation to, you know, to get 5 out of 5, 4 out of 4. You know, I was pushing so hard at start. I recall when I was playing Capella Grand, actually, that was sort of, it became a little bit famous because it was funny, you know. I was trying to put some post, and about my tournament there, I started with 5 out of 5. So it was like almost 1,000 player in many tournaments, so around 100 grandmasters. And I started Ruchko, and so on, Ipatov. And then I lost in the last round against Gajewski, who is now coach of Gukesh. And sort of, I made some post on that day what happened. And suddenly I was scrolling down the article of Chess Base, and I see Naroditsky's interview.
Oh, wow.
He was something like 12, and he's speaking that this is his second time in Capella Grand, that he's like US under 12 best player in the world top 10, that he's dreaming to become a grandmaster. Oh. So yeah, you can check this interview, it's on YouTube. And I recall when I won this seventh round on the stage against Krivoruchko, he was 26-60, something like that. You know, you feel really boosted.
Yes, of course.
And then you're leading the tournament, you know, like that 1,000 players are there, and only you are the one who is leading.
Yeah,
so
that's an amazing feeling.
Yeah. So I know perfectly how Malek is feeling now, since it's so hard. When was the last time we mentioned when Robert lost the game? So not so common to see him losing. It happens.
This tournament.
It happens, but not so often. He's one of the most stable players in the circuit.
In the World Cup against Pragnananda.
Okay, good luck with that. Repeating.
Yeah. But yeah, he doesn't lose so often. Okay, he did lose against Petriashvili in European Team Championship. In European Team Championship, anything happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I believe they made some moves. Yeah, King C7 was played and then Knight F7. So the knight is in a bit of an awkward spot, not able to help the pawn on the b-file advance. But at the same time, it can reroute to h6, f5, or h6, g4. And the rook can go anywhere from here. I'm mostly curious how Hovhannisyan is going to try to defend this position.
To create some mess.
Yes, you never know what can happen. g4 on the board. He is trying to create a passed pawn. But it shouldn't be too difficult for white to defend. There should be many different ways to defend here. Or defend against the passed pawns, that is.
Yeah, plus 4 means that you need to make some huge blunder. So plus 2 to make it as a draw is something actually, it's possible, but plus 4 means like a huge blunder, that you blunder some tactics of promotion or something.
Yeah, this is completely winning.
And rook goes to h8, I believe.
Yes.
Let's bring the board back since we need to cover still a bit the moves, not just the facial expressions. Let's bring the board.
If black takes the pawn g2, then the h4 pawn drops, and that's that should be easy to convert. g3 plate.
Yeah. Let's bring the board once again. Okay, there it is. So g3.
I wonder what the plan is, because the rook on h2 cannot really go anywhere. The h4 pawn is dropping, and yeah.
I'm thinking about knight h6, but that... So if I go knight h6...
h3?
Then I take.
Oh yeah, you can actually take
and then you take with rook h3. So I was thinking that's a mistake. This is this kind of blunder. So you calculate something like this. Takes, and on g2 it goes rook g8, and you're winning. And you also see that after rook g2, knight f5. What am I missing here? Rook f.
You check in g2?
Really? I don't think. Yeah, very good. Yeah, this is kind of blunder which must happen, that this game ended up in a draw.
Yeah, this is what Hovhannisyan is hoping for. But okay, it's completely necessary to make such moves. You can just wait. You can just, I don't know, play king c4. He played rook h7. Yeah, another waiting move. Threatening knight takes e5 check. So I expect the king to move. It's interesting to see that this game is still being prolonged. Hovhannisyan is not willing to give up here. This is kind of what happens when you have seen a lot in your career. You've seen the craziest swindles, you've seen craziest turnarounds, and then, yeah, that's could be part of the reason why you keep playing until it's really deadly, lost.
King goes to c6.
It's not over until it's over.
It's a bit funny, you know, it's 4 against 4 and an extra piece.
Yes. Yeah, it is surprising to see this still being played on at this level.
In the meantime, Muradli versus Petkov, still in a drawing zone. Rostan Maxim is pressing. We have Yufa. What did Yufa do?
Still winning?
He's still playing?
Yes, but he's...
No, he finished.
Oh, he won. Okay, okay. I think he just finished his game,
yes.
Yeah.
So Yufa won his game. This one we covered. Dudin. Okay, he is still pressing, but not really getting somewhere. Sargsyan is lost, but he's trying to survive somehow. Amar misplayed it. No, Herbeck misplayed it.
Oh.
And this is a draw. So he was much better around here. No. Somewhere he had a huge advantage. Maybe just one particular moment. This was all drawn. No. Maybe something I missed. Ah, here. No. Okay, engine is... Ah, here in this position, there is something special. Okay, this one is fine. But h4 was mistake. So what, rook g7? Not really. Bishop g7. Should have been played. Which is not so simple to calculate. Okay, let's go back to our main game. At the same time, Suleimanli Darda still... Okay, we will cover that game a little bit later after this one finishes.
Mm-hmm. Knight d8 check.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now Malek seems to be calculating at least a bit.
The king went to d6, knight b7 check. I think he's just trying to checkmate his opponent. Because the king is stuck on the 6th rank, cannot go to the 5th rank, cannot go to the 7th rank. So this might end in some checkmate. I think they're getting new score sheets too because they're on move 60. Usually what happens in order to avoid getting new score sheets and you're in a lost position, you're like, okay, never mind the new score sheets, we're just gonna end the game right here. But Dov Johannesson is still playing, still fighting, and it's in his right. King c6 is played. The players are looking, okay, they have the new score sheets, fortunately. The arbiters are ready to give them their score sheets. And the game goes on. Knight a5 check. Okay, if king b6, then rook b7 check probably. And somehow, somewhere it's going to be either checkmate or the pawn is prevailing and promoting very soon.
+5, a rook up.
He doesn't want to resign.
Yeah, but anyways, you still see some tactics. Yeah, now we don't need the board, I believe. So Grzegorz is here.
King b5. The king is on a mission. Knight c4. Yeah, you have all the time in the world with white. Maybe he's planning to play knight e3 to defend g2. I mean, he has so many options. There's so many ways to win here. It's even hard to pick which way to go to.
Grzegorz, he's I think like 2200. And FM maybe even more. He's checking this situation, of course, rooting for his best Polish player at the moment. This is 6th board, fixed board, and when Polish player wins on that board, of course, it's a very good sign.
Yes, the pawns
we don't
have been
need
captured.
the board. Let's stay with the camera. It's more about emotions. I believe that also it's huge thing when you win against 26 plus player on top boards at your home ground.
Yes, it must feel amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing that this tournament is held in Poland. So many talented players from Poland, and there's so many players, Polish players, participating in this event. We have over 160 participants from Poland. And it's fantastic that they got the opportunity to face those strong grandmasters, because where will you face them? Not that many 2600 rated players are casually playing in open tournaments. Okay, G2 on the board now. King back. King b2. Hovhannisson has one more threat, the check, so Malek needs to stop the check.
Now
Maybe he plays knight a3 check. Knight a3, knight c2.
Knight e3, rook c1.
It's check knight a3.
Ah, knight a3. Sorry. Yeah,
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. But everything wins now.
Mm-hmm.
King c2 wins, and then knight e3. Everything wins.
Mm-hmm. Knight a3 is played. Oh, it's incredible that black is not resigning.
"20 minutes on the clock."
King c6.
Okay. Nice c2, and he will come closer. He can do whatever he wants now, I think.
Okay, maybe not knight e3.
Yes.
But okay.
King d2, king e2, come back towards the pawn. Big day for Poland.
Yes.
The position is not so important anymore. A piece up. Actually, the position is not important for last. How many
10,
moves?
15 moves.
Yeah, 15 moves. Yeah, this angle is also cool enough to see. Resignation +6. It's a rook up. Maybe even more. You can see now these nice cameras we have on the tripod.
Yeah.
Yeah, big congratulations to Malek. King b5. Okay, let's bring you the board, but it's, as I said.
When Hafanisan resigns.
Yes. King d2. Or
Just king d2 and then knight e3 and it's over. You just pick up the pawn on g2. There's no skewer check. Usually you have this trick of giving a skewer with rook a1, rook a2, but with knight on e3, the rook will be protected on g2, and there's no need to worry about this, so... Yeah. We're trying to catch the final moments of this game, but the players keep prolonging this game. And that goes to show, if those strong players, strong players such as these two, if they are in such a losing position, they still don't resign, it says a lot.
So, will he play king d2?
Yes.
King goes to d2. And knight goes to e3 next move. So, not many games left. We have, of course, Darda versus Suleimanli. We will switch to that one. We have Petko versus Moradli. They are still playing. Roštan will press for a while against Kilic. Dudin is pressing versus Ilinka. Sargsyan is sort of lost, but he's trying. And that's more or less it on top boards.
Yeah. Okay, you can play knight e1 actually.
Really?
Knight e1 is much nicer. Yes, he played it. Wow. Still not giving up. Have you ever had an opponent that never, like, refused to give up until, like, very late?
We always had that kind of thing. And sometimes, as I said, playing by inertia, I don't want to condemn this. Yes.
Okay.
It's
resigned.
Robert is a player who is according to some kind of normal behavior.
It's in his full right to keep playing.
Polite and fair play. He had the pawn on g2 one way from the promotion, so I don't see this as a huge thing. What I don't like players who are fighting in a lost position, but they're making gestures like they are about to resign.
Oh, yes.
So he was sort of focused and he plays.
He tried.
Yeah,
yes.
but then you have some kind of players who are almost like lying in their chair. Is there a fair play? Do they need to go to fair play check? He's asking why I lost the game. It's a random choice.
You know how it goes.
Yeah, but as I said, there are players who are almost like lying in the chair. Knocking the head, and at the same time they are trying to trick you.
Yes.
This is what I don't like.
Yes, it's all about the behavior at the board. That makes a big difference.
So big kudos to Malek. How about Sulejmanli? Let's go to that game. Has something changed here? Another time trouble. So this is the current position, and it's funny, so black has 2 pawns extra, however king is very weak.
Wow. Apparently he had a better position after king f2, and he was not supposed to take the pawn, but yeah,
he took on a4, and now Darda is checking. So can black hide? So rook e7, king g6, rook e6, king g5, and then I don't know. What, going back?
It's so dangerous because there's those checks on g4 and h4.
Yes, and both rooks are unprotected at some point.
Maybe it's time to connect the rooks with the rook f8, rook ef8. I think he played it. Or maybe he gave a check and then rook f7. Yeah, I think this is on the board. Not so clear. Both players getting low on time. Sulejmanli down to 2 minutes actually. And I think on the camera we see it's only 1 minute. Oh. Very tricky. I wonder what white's plan is, because I see black can try pushing the pawns. Okay, king g7 is played, okay. I think they're repeating moves actually. Rook f7 was not played, it was rook e8. And I think they're going to agree to a draw.
Really?
Yeah, they are repeating moves now.
But why he doesn't want to go up? He can make a draw anyway, at any point.
I don't know.
And king goes to...
Oh, he can still play king g6. It would only be repeating. Oh.
King h6.
Interesting choice.
Exactly. Allowing some extra ideas for white, but probably they are not leading anywhere.
Oh, you can give a check once again on e6. The thing is that he is making those moves to, like, you would say he's trying to gain extra time, but he's spending time on those moves too.
So it's about just,
giving the turn back and then think again.
And sort of, charging himself to go on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But a very tough game. Fantastic strategy by Darda, but the thing is, he was trying to avoid Sulejmanli's sharpness, but at some point he got a chance to win the game. He took it, played something which offered chances for Sulejmanli, but in the process you spent so much time that you ended up in a severe time trouble. Sulejmanli launched this sack. Darda was not able to calculate everything. This is typical game of this level.
Mm-hmm.
Since sometimes someone can say now, but Daniel, how didn't you see that you could have played this? But to get into that chance that you are winning against Sulejmanli, you are burning a lot of energy, and we are not robots. You cannot, keep everything under control. So that's actually the issue.
Yeah.
Like my friends say, who played for Newcastle, Porto, Panathinaikos, he said, everyone is good till 60th minute in football. Everyone is playing well. Then after 60, when you are in red zone, and then people tend to make mistakes.
Then you get tired.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. And this is why it's so important in chess to have more time on the clock, because you never know when you need it. And you might need it to recover from, lack of energy.
True, but to get the advantage, you need to spend time. Because so many things to avoid, so many details, subtleties to take care of. And you need to do it by spending time. So this is actually the issue.
Yeah, and finding the right balance of this is key. Okay, we have rook f3 on the board. So both players still fighting.
This is a sponsor's T-shirt from Aydin, right?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. We couldn't figure it out because there was this logo which says Randstad, which is 100% Dutch. So I didn't figure out what T-shirt this is.
This should be like some either Formula One or something where in general there are sponsors. So if you wear, I don't know, this can be McLaren or something like that. If you put McLaren, maybe colors, I would say it might be okay. This white.
Could be.
With, I think I saw Pirelli, and these are tires. So it's sort of.
Oh,
yeah. I think you found it.
I see something in there.
No, it's exactly that one. So guys, Formula One, Visa Racing.
Racing Bulls?
Formula One team. It's the Italian, right?
Yes, Italian.
So he's carrying that kind of. So basically he's not promoting his sponsors, he's promoting Formula One.
We figured it out.
Which is cool. As we know that some Formula One drivers like to play chess, Hamilton, but Leclerc for sure. And I don't know who else is playing. There are many of them. So yeah, now you can see. I was actually impressed. Okay, good job. I didn't to have those sponsors. Hugo Boss, Visa, Pirelli. Yeah, kudos. Honda. But in the end, it was Formula One T-shirt.
Yes.
But this is funny that you sort of have sponsors, but because other sport.
Yeah, the T-shirt of the other sport. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we were wondering like, well, what is this T-shirt? Because it didn't look like a football T-shirt, but we couldn't figure it out. But I have never seen a Formula One T-shirt before.
Actually, I got one.
Really?
Yeah. It was on. They had some tombola or something, and I got. First prize was that you go to Monza, to Italy, to the race, and second, I got this package with T-shirt, with hoodie, and those kind of things. And since I'm a little bit taller than usual people, ordinary people, it was too tight for me, so I needed to give it to someone.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Rook f7.
Rook g3 would have been checkmate. So there is a way to lose this with white.
Okay. Yeah, this is a cool one. Let's bring the board. Mate in 2. Tactical alert. If you go rook g3, let's bring the board. If you go rook g3, thank you very much. Queen h5, checkmate. Of course, those players can blunder this only, I don't know, maybe being on 1 second on the clock, but maybe. Rook f7, d4.
Yes,
okay.
We're pushing pawns. Why not? That's the main idea for black. And I think white is the one that needs to force the draw, which is not easy. Because as soon as you give a check on f6, the king goes to g5, and good luck giving another check, because you cannot give a check where the queen is covering that square. So Darda has to find the right setup to give those checks, but it's not easy at all. Both players low on time. Anything can happen in this position. He plays check, which is a mistake.
What?
King g5. What do you do?
Yeah, why he gave the check? He didn't know what to do?
I think so.
So what was needed? Maybe king g3 or what? No, king g3 was bad.
Maybe other rook?
Let's go with the camera. Let's outzoom. No arbiters.
Oh no. They need new score sheets. And they have no time.
Yeah, usually I stop writing. If there are no score sheets, I don't care. I don't stop. I stop writing.
Oh, there's arbiter coming.
Yeah, let's go outzoom. What's important is to see now the situation. Okay, very calmly.
Okay, the score sheets are at the table. But Darda in a losing position.
Yeah, what should have been played? Rook f5 maybe?
Oh, that's very clever.
Yes, let's bring the board.
The king off.
It's a dead draw now, right?
Yeah,
let's
you just
bring
play
the
rook
board.
f6, rook f7.
Rook f5 and just rook f6
What
mechanism. Okay, queen d5. Then I check this side. So that was a draw. See, he was one move away from the draw, and now he played rook f6 and he's lost. After d4, rook f6, king g5, and he's totally lost. He's aware. Crazy.
Rook
crazy
f8?
game. Rook f7 he played. He came back.
Rook f8 was played.
Rook f8, sorry. d3 or what is the best?
Yeah, I guess you have time for d3. Yeah, he pushes the pawn.
And now another factor came to the game. The d pawn.
Wow. Aydin Süleymanli is just doing it again, just like yesterday. Position is not clear. It should be equal. It should be a draw, but no. It's not a draw until it's over in Aydin's games. How is he doing this again? Darda knows that he's in trouble. There's only a few checks left on the board. The queen is centralized. When you have the queen in an endgame, you want to centralize it. And that's exactly what Süleymanli did. The queen is in the perfect square. And Darda is running out of moves.
20 seconds, right?
Yes, 20 seconds.
Rook G3 check.
Yeah, now there's Queen H1 on the horizon.
So King H5, right? Threatening Queen H1, and how do you stop it?
You can. There's also Queen H4, so Rook G2, Queen H4.
Rook back or something. I think he will sort of resign. So let's keep the camera with the wider angle. Süleymanli, 2 wins out of nowhere.
Yes. He's a magician.
However, I think in chess on this level, if you are sharp enough, like this Dogmus style, you can win games. But of course, it's so tough to be that sharp. He just wins in many ways. He can go Queen H1. So Rook F2, let's bring the board. Rook F2. Queen H1, I believe. This just...
H2, and then Queen F1.
And then D2, this wins. But maybe you have something even better. Something like...
I really like Queen H1. It's the most forcing, I think.
He will play it, but...
Yes.
Engine is saying that there is even better move. That I'm curious now, what's that better move? Why this is not the move? There is a move for -80, and this is not Queen H1.
I think because Queen H1, when you make the move, it's not high enough depth.
Yes. So is it something with the E pawn? D2 doesn't work. Check on H4 doesn't work. So what's the?
I think it's just Queen H1.
No, there is a better move. You see, 76, it's...
Yeah, but when you make the move, it takes time. It takes time to go up.
Really?
Yes. These high evaluations are very hard to rely on.
I didn't know it. Rook H2. And then Queen F1, I believe, right? We will have a resignation. Crazy game, tough game. We need to keep this angle, since now resignation after this D2 will follow. He is aware of that.
Time to resign. King G3
strategy was fabulous. He got into winning position, and now let's stay. Let's say we don't need the board. Let's stay with the camera.
King G3 is a check, but you just play King G5.
And he will move the king. Okay, he can make a few more moves.
Okay, he can give another check with King H3.
Yeah, then King F4.
Yeah, and the rook is pinned. And resigned. What a game by Aydin Süleymanli. Once again, he pulls it off.
Now he's telling to him, why didn't you play? So he said rook F5, Queen S6, something. He's showing. But I'm curious. Yeah, he said rook F5. Rook F5 is just, let's give you the board back just to show you. So this is what actually we were showing, that here rook f5 was just a draw. This is what he actually showed to him.
Wow.
Yeah, the move we saw.
Yeah, and Darda made such a gesture like, I don't know what happened. I don't know. And this is the danger of being in time trouble. Something crazy can happen in time trouble, which is why you need to be so careful with your time. And this is something that almost every chess player, except Giga, is going through. You have to be careful with your time management. Okay, it was a very good game by both players.
Queen e1. I'm curious, are they discussing Queen e1?
No. They might be discussing more.
So as we said, this was the point where Queen here, around here, yeah, Queen e1 should have been played. And are they discussing that?
Can't really tell.
Yeah, because it's +5. This is, come on, this is...
Oh, yes. I almost forgot that this was completely winning for white.
I think they are discussing that. See Lucas Turley there, passing by. Queen e1, I think. Actually, do we have some lips reader? You know, that's why in football they're always hiding their mouths.
Really?
Yeah. Since, you know, there was even some, I don't know, like fines, or people were banned.
Wow.
Due to lips reading. You know, there are some players like me. I really, after the game, I need like 5 minutes to being able to calculate. And then I get someone who's actually asking me some questions. What would you play here? What would you play there? But this was also typical when you sort of before, you were analyzing the game afterwards, and then you say, against whom I made a draw. The guy doesn't see anything. That was typical, you know.
I feel the same. Right after the game, it's so difficult for me to analyze because I'm slowly forgetting all of what happened. I remember the final moments, but what happened like 30 moves ago, it's long gone unless I recover and, you know, come back.
I recall my first European Individual Championship, 2006. I was playing against Gashimov, and he's a little bit younger than me, maybe, or he's same age, something like that. And I made the draw. I was winning. He played Benoni. He was 26-60 already. And then after the game, he starts asking me questions. I think that Mamejara was also somewhere there around. And I saw like 20% of, you know, amount of his calculations. And then I was not surprised that this guy ended to 27-80. Unfortunately, passed away. This is a big loss, I would say, for chess, top chess. And there is a tournament. His brother Sarkhan is still keeping, his heritage. But as I said, I was shocked, the amount of analysis and what the guy saw and what I did. There is nothing to do with each other.
Wow.
Let's check the games we have. I see my Norwegian fellow from paddle. He's playing versus Kurkulos Stamatis. So Linus is actually representing Sweden, but he's from Norway. So what's going on there? Oh, he's trying
Queen versus Rook.
Yeah, he's trying to defend Queen versus Rook, but I don't believe that White is spending some time here. Yeah, Stamatis will win this quite easily. But it's an instructive thing.
Yes, it's It's quite difficult for the queen to win the game. I have seen in online games between like I believe it was Nepo against Magnus Carlsen or something, and I think it was Nepo who was like, yeah, never mind, this is not happening, and Magnus had the defense or something, and yeah, the game ended in a draw because with such a little time, it's so difficult. But here, with 30 seconds increment, the player's still low on time, but it's easy to get a lot of time by making the moves quickly, giving checks here and there. You have 50 moves, which is a lot until the game is declared a draw, at least by the opponent if they claim it. But yeah, it's very important to notice endgame. You never know when you can get this on the board.
My experience is a little bit different. So I believe that like any 24 should be comfortable in plus in winning it. Of course, depends on the circumstances. There were some tragical draws. For example, Jankovic versus Morozevich. Morozevich made a draw, like forgetting about the stalemate motif. It was Linares, I think. It's crazy that that kind of player didn't win this game. Actually, there was a story from Ognjen Cvitan. I mentioned him as a Croatian Grandmaster, former World Junior, that it built tournament. You know, at that time, built tournament in Switzerland was huge and was important. People would play blitz. A lot of top players were coming. That someone came from Israel with a computer and saying that you won't win against computer rook versus queen versus rook, and like he was challenging top players. I don't know, even putting some money. Wow. And Avrukh was there. I think Milov was there. I don't know like all the names, but maybe I will put someone who was not present. And Cvitan was there, and they could not win.
Wow.
Because there is one position when you need to know. So the problem is with human. Human is defending by keeping the rook next to the king, like now Linus is doing. While engine goes to the second or first rank and then started to play like Philidor defense, moves the rook. And first of all, it knows when and where to put the rook.
Yes.
Which will not lose by force. And then actually to break this 6th rank defense or 3rd rank defense, you need to know the maneuver. Queen b4, queen g4. And I knew it. So I learned about it. And then I was checking this to win against computer. At one point I was very successful, but it's normal, I believe, that if you put it in front of the pros that like 3 out of 4 games you won't win, or 2 out of 4. But if you know, you are quite confident in that.
Yes.
So I spent some time now when I'm thinking in hindsight that I was, so ambitious that I would like put this on chess base and spend like 2 days playing queen versus rook. And actually it helped me. Why it helped me? Because then I studied with my coach, Grandmaster Kulak, who passed away, former Yugoslav champion, queen versus rook and a pawn. But not that position we had yesterday, Ivanchuk's position, but the position when opponent has a pawn on 2nd ranks, 1 step away from the promotion. So you need to control the squares and also bring your king. And sometimes it's very important that you don't give check with queen, that you centralize the queen. And I learned how to come closer with the king.
Wow.
Just one thing here, basic thing which you need to know. Who is on the move? Let's make this random move. So this is the position, like this. Sorry. So in this position, if white is on the move, the point is that you should get into this position that black is on the move.
Yes.
So you just lose a tempo.
Because the rook has to move, and then you pick up the rook.
So let's lose a tempo. Sorry, I'm not losing a tempo. So, yeah, I'm losing it now, right? So this is the position. And usually you just lose the tempo by playing, I know, check, check, stuff like that, I don't know.
Queen h4? And now it's black to move.
Yeah, and black needs to move the rook, and then you know that there are some like crossings where you place your queen and collect the rook. But as I said, engine will defend. The problem is I'm not a professional anymore, so I don't need to know it. Okay, yes. I need to know it to show you guys as a commentator a bit. But let me try to get into the position which I was telling you about. something like that. If we have table bases, for example, I'm not sure now. So let's try to set up the position, how engine is defending this position. I don't know where the king should be. Maybe rook e6. Is this a position? Somewhere, and then he starts checking. I'm trying to set up. Is it king on e8? Like this? You see?
Mm-hmm.
And now who is on the move? Now it's, so here was, now it's white. So this position.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give check, he just go, I think, king e7. And you need to, at some point you need to break this defense with the rook. As I said, I don't have now table basis. I will need to check it myself. But I know that sometimes the point is that you have this transfer, queen b4, queen g4. But as I said, I would need to check it once again.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't, working on that for maybe 20 years, maybe 25.
Wow. Wow.
But at that time, it's a regular, job of your pro, for like being professional. So you need to check your repertoire, even lines which maybe there are low chances, side lines, those kind of things. You need to recheck your main repertoire. You need to repeat main endgames, just to have them somewhere. Like, I don't know, winning rook and a bishop versus rook in a winning position. And
or how to draw.
Yeah. Okay, draw is a little bit tough. It's more about defending, but at least theoretical ones that you know how to win them, and what are the lines. So, tactics. I've heard that Mamedjarov, like, prior to the event, he's just solving studies. He's just doing tactics, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So, how is the current state of affairs? Okay, he already misplayed it.
Wow. Yeah, because the rook is so far away.
Yeah, but here the point is that you don't keep the rook closer. So already around here, let me see. You should not stick to the rook, to the king, but it's not so simple. I don't know. Let's say if I play this, will I drop the rook immediately? Maybe not.
Not yet.
But engine knows where to place it.
Yeah. Wow.
This would be the right defense, but it's actually hard to do it when you don't have engine next to you. How about this one? Okay, a draw. And what do we have left? Dudin, Ilinka. This game, it seems that Dudin is outplaying. This is our last game to follow.
Yeah. Can you capture that pawn? You can probably capture.
We also have a game behind. It's Chanel. Is that him? No. Which game is that behind?
Good question.
The game just finished. This is Amar versus Herbeck. Yeah. This game has finished. We said that it will be a draw.
Yeah.
So Dudin. Black is winning. Black is winning because he's winning a pawn side game. Right. So he tricked him. So he managed to get him into this trick.
Tough.
So f5 was like a cool, but he forgot about.
Yeah, it was already too late. Like he was forced to play f5 at that point.
Yeah, just to go back to check, is Stamatis just taking that rook? Is there a way to take it?
So you have queen c3, so the king has to go to the fourth rank. It's funny how the computer says it's made an 8. Yeah, I think queen c3 is a nice move. He plays it, king h4. The winning move is queen c2. Or like the easiest way to win. Queen c2, very nice move. Queen c2 is attacking the rook and threatening checkmate on h2. Obviously, there is a check with rook a5. But then king f4. And slowly, it leads to checkmate. Or you can just pick up the rook. And he played... What did he play? Maybe he gave a check on... Oh, queen went to b8, okay. Okay, so the king has to go to the second rook. And I think he's picking up the rook. Because if you go to h4, it's checkmate. If you go to the on the third rank, queen b3. And if you go to the second rank, there is queen b2 check. And then you zigzag to win the rook. He plays king f2, queen b2 check.
And yeah.
This should be over soon. Now you zigzag.
But knowing Linus, he's a really nice guy. I think that he will resign with a smile or something. Yeah. So big kudos to him, being very nice. And Stamatis is slowly coming back. He had an awful start. I think that he started with a loss in the second round, something like that.
He had a draw early on. I think he... Here, he had 4 points.
Yeah, but he started with
2 draws and
two
a loss.
draws and a loss.
Oh.
So it was 1 out of 3, and now he's
on the winning
4
streak.
out of 4. Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, he's a great player.
Oh, he had a very tough start of the tournament.
Which means that he will need to score more points to qualify, since his tiebreak is really bad.
Yep. That's tough. He'll need to win the next 3 games. Tough task, but not impossible. He might be having good pairings, so let's see. This is Ilinka against Dudin. And now that black is up 1 pawn, the pawn on h3 might be captured soon as well. The knight went to d6, centralizing. And slowly, black will make progress. Slowly, but surely. This rook cannot do much on its own. And the king is also unable to move far. The knight and bishop are just way too strong here.
Only dream scenario is to sack a rook for knight and a pawn.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. Or at least he will not allow it to happen. Rook a6, cutting off the king. Knight e5 check. And the f-pawn is moving forward. Once the pawn reaches f2, it should be lights out. You can try king g2. But the problem is that black is trying to pick up the pawn h3 as well, and there's no way to stop it once the knight lands on f4. Yeah, this is a lost cause. King G2 played. Knight G6. And the knight is heading to F4. White is still trying. Rook A5 attacks the pawn. King F6, heading to G5. Yeah. No more chances for white. King F3 played? No, just knight F4. He plays it. It's almost resignable. You can still make some moves, but it's not going to help anything. Black has all the time in the world to make progress. It's not in a rush, so yeah, it's a miserable position to play with white. It's crazy how strong the knight and bishop are together against the rook, and this is an example of a position where the knight and bishop are just superior. The rook is helpless on its own. Can only try to give checks here and there, but it's helpless. The pawn is captured. He'll try to give some checks, but yeah. This should not be difficult to convert anymore.
Yeah, not at all. I fully agree. Playing by inertia, but that's it. So, how about our standings? Let's slowly conclude our day. So, 7th round is about to finish. And we have Anton Hiharo David leading the field 6 out of 7. Huge thing. Big kudos to David. Then big group of players with 5.5.
Yes, we have Shant with 5.5, Alexander Donenko, Edis Gurel, Haik Martirosyan, Jonas Bier, Lorenzo Rodici, Abasov. We have so many players on 5.5. And by the way, final addition to the 6 points is Aydin Süleymanli. With his win, he also...
sorry, I forgot about, yeah.
He also is sharing first place together with David Anton Hiharo. So that might be the pairing of tomorrow on the first board. So yeah, very exciting games today. We had some early draws, but the games that kept playing for a long time, they were very exciting and brought a lot of action today.
6 out of 7 sounds like a good thing, huge thing, like player playing in a fabulous shape. But if you take a look of the games, like big portion of luck. David Anton Hiharo being lost against 2200. Today, Aydin Süleymanli being on +5 for his opponent, winning his game yesterday. So you need to be brave, you need to use your chances, some luck is needed, but I would say it's a mix of everything. Yeah, so this is our main board which have finished. There is one more but this game will probably ended in a draw, and it takes some time. It's not our main board, main group, so I believe that we can call it a day.
Yes.
First 60 boards finished. Tomorrow, same time. I believe that, yeah, we can be quite happy with the outcome in terms of drama and interesting things. So, be with us tomorrow. Thanks for watching today and stay tuned tomorrow.